Okay, Chapter 3, Tatarigoroshi. And judging from the picture, I'm guessing it's going to be based on man, curse, the shortest scenario. That's a little worrying, but okay. How are the conjectures inside you solidifying? I look forward to whether these conjectures will waver or become a cornerstone in this scenario. The difficulty is the worst. You will probably not even be able to make conjectures. Oh dear. And of course there's a creepy ass baby kid laugh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. The snake in the well was happy, for it did not care what was outside the well. The snake in the well was happy, for it had naught to do with what happened outside the well. And you were happy, too, for you did not know what happened outside the well. Yeah, this is a work of fiction. This is a work of fiction. Early summer of the 58th year of the Showa era. It was a very humid day. Not even a slight breeze was blowing. It had been an unpleasant summer, one that wasn't only hot, but swelteringly so. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry in the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. There were crooked houses and apartments lining the narrow, twisting road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to rot, as well as bicycles, cars on the sides of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive, and all the more sweltering. Nobody who was in this place at this time was visiting it voluntarily, but in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. The lone motorcycle, which couldn't be called neat even as flattery, pulled up to a two-story apartment complex and stopped there. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. When the housewife hanging out the laundry noticed him, she called out, "Well, hello there. It's quite hot today again, isn't it?" "You've got that right. I feel like I'm going to boil out here." "Oh, right, landlord. I didn't think that would be the first thing you said." Got a little bit of a or unless that's supposed to be said like didn't, like a country accent, might have been. Sorry, the fluorescent lights, right? I completely forgot. Oops. Keep doing that, don't I? No, not that. Don't you smell it? There's a terrible smell about. I've been smelling it since this morning. Wait, what's this? It reeks. Did the sewers get backed up again? Do something about it, landlord. I've had to keep my nose plugged all day long. You would still look plenty lovely plugging your nose, my dear. There was an unhygienic drainage channel running behind the apartment, the last from which it flowed was stuffed with branches and fallen leaves, and when filth got caught up in them, it created an awful stench in the summertime. Could you tell the municipal office about it? The drain will end up buried at this rate. Well, yikes. It's completely blocked. It'll start back up if you poke it with a stick. The man crossed the fence over the drainage channel and picked up a filthy drying pole sitting nearby. He must have planned to stick it into the drain and clear it out. Wait, landlord, stop that. If you mix it all strange if you do it. It will smell terrible. It smells if it's clogged and smells if it's mixed. Which should I choose? He shoved the drawing pole into the filth in the lattice. Of course it did nothing to help the accumulation of waste. It's a dead cat. This is the health center's job. Cats and dogs smell awful when they die. A bamboo pole's not going to do much good. Garbage bags, old clothes, they throw all kinds of stuff in there. And is that a duck I see? Well, of course it stinks. The nerve of some people. The drainage channel was already unsanitary. Well, it was a little more garbage at this point. The stream of such imprudent people was never ending. Now the channel had turned into a garbage dump. When he poked the pile of old clothes floating in the sewage, a black cloud of smoke floated out in the water. The two of them grimaced at the terribly bizarre and repulsive sight. We've got maggots, eh? Someone must have thrown kitchen waste in. What? Landlord, what's that? What? Just more garbage. Uh, Landlord, that's... Huh? Oh, hello. Good work today. What a terrible stench. Hey, someone cover this thing with a tarp. It's in plain sight of the two floor houses. Identity of the deceased unknown. Sex female. Age estimated to be late 20s or early. Wow, we're just starting off with a corpse in here, huh? I mean, the first two we had some slice of life before we got to the corpses, but we're just starting off with corpses. Time of death about 2 or 3 days ago. She was probably abandoned after death. Naked too. Figuring out who she will be rough. Contact the community division and ask if anyone's gone missing. They probably weighed her down so she would sink. Then the weights came off and she floated to the top. But why in a drainage sewer of all things? Would have been better under an overpass or in the mountains, you know? It would have been outside our jurisdiction, right? But it looks like they never wanted to hide the corpse at all. Did they do it so she would be found? As a warning or something? This slice in her stomach definitely wasn't from a fish eating her. She was cut open and her insides were dragged out. They really made a show out of killing her. Doesn't the Chinese mafia do these sort of traditional punishments? Ask Shige-san in section 4 if he's had any trouble with the Yakuza. On it, sir. Still, what a terrible way to go. Don't her innards poking out like that look sort of like the salad soba you can get in Kyoto? Maybe if you stuck chopsticks in, noodles would pop out. See? Please give me a break. Her intestines were pulled out and her ears and nose cut off. That's definitely not how I want to go. Her fingers are in a bad state too. There are long nails stuck in all of them on both hands. What kind of torture was this anyway? Wow, we just straight up started with some sick shit in this one, aren't we? God damn. God damn, man. The most relaxing time during the school day. Lunch for sure. Everyone brought their desks side by side like always, and we all ate together. Oh my, Mian-san, if I may say, your lunch looks quite appetizing today. There's so many different things, it's wonderful. Satako and Rika-chan looked at Mian's lunch, shouting gladly, "Let's have a look." Whoa. I just packed in some leftovers from last night. All the elders were having a drinking party at my house yesterday. I managed to nab some of what they didn't eat. So that's why they all look like snacks you could have with sake. They are but leftovers, mere scraps of food, but when arranged in a bento box so cleanly they look impressive. It looks like part of a full-course meal at a high-class restaurant. People seem to decide they like things mainly based on their first impression, so I thought maybe the taste of a bento would be proportional to how pretty it is when you opened it. You may seem unrefined, Mion-san, but you are positively splendid at arranging food like this. Her room is nice and tidy too. Mi-chan is a lot more organized and polite than everyone thinks. It's all the same once it's in your stomach. I would have thought Mion would say something like that, but to think she had this kind of taste. You can't judge a book by its cover. Mion was careful in everything she did. She never misstepped, faltered, or messed up. I see. She is our club president after all. Yours is nothing to scoff at either, Rina. Your crab kamaboko flower is very pretty. You know, Rina, your lunch always has, like, an art to it. Like it has rabbit-shaped apple slices and carrot flowers and stuff. Rina's bento wasn't all about taste. It was like she always puts her heart into it or something. It wasn't just good, it made your insides all nice and warm. Thanks. It's not quite as good as Mi-chan's, but I wanted to make it really cute. Cooking isn't about skill, it's about love. In that sense, I don't even come up to your feet. Love. Yeah. Just from looking at her bento, I could definitely feel that Rina put her heart and soul into making it. That's what her bento was like. The taste isn't all that counts for a bento. How it looks also matters. I suppose we must learn from this too. So let's see Satako and Rika-chan's up-and-coming bento. Whoa. Ta-da! Yesterday our neighbors shared some meat with us, so we ended up grilling it for our bento. These ones too, they had such an impact. They were bursting at the seams with grilled meat. At a glance it was too impactful for a girl's bento, but when you thought about eating with all your friends, it brought more than enough color to the table. Wow. At first, it looks kind of like the kind of crude bento that a jock would eat. There's so many different things in here, like boiled spinach and soy sauce and stewed hijiki. Rika-chan, you are really good at this kind of unaffected cooking. I think Rika-chan will make a great wife when she grows up. I have a tight hold on my future husband. A husband for Rika-chan, huh? At first that sounded appealing. It did, but I felt like a married life with her would be anything but normal. But really, everyone was amazing. They were all so young and yet they're all capable of cooking for themselves. I would sort of cook whenever I went camping with my family, but making lunch every day was the level one I definitely could not reach. I could only really cook in my spare time. When I thought about it like that, it really made everyone stand out more. Frankly, I respected them. I feel like maybe this doesn't only apply to other people. Come to think of it, this morning, when I was eating breakfast half asleep, I think my mom was saying something really important. With a hysterical groan, I suddenly stood up, startling everyone at once. What's wrong? Wrong. You'll make us choke if you shout like that so suddenly, you know. There's rice coming out your nose, Satako. I had forgotten. All this stuff about cooking for yourself, it applied to me too. Keiichi, your mom and dad need to go to Tokyo again for business. Yeah? Sleepy. Your dad's mentor fell ill right before an event he was taking part in. It's a very important event and they need someone to fill in. Well, Dad does what he has to do for his job. So your dad and I, you see, we need to go to Tokyo as fast as we can to help with the event. We might have to stay there for a few days depending on what happens. That sounds annoying. While we are gone, we won't be here, so you'll need to make your own meals yourself. Are you okay with that, Keiichi? I'll be fine. Humans can do anything when they are desperate. Is that so? That's a relief. You can at least cook rice, right? And you can also make miso soup as well. Then you just buy some side dishes and you'll have a meal. A meal? Yeah. I can cook rice with my camping kit. Never used a rice cooker before. I've only ever made instant miso soup that you can make in a pot of boiling water too. Well, I'll think of something. If you can cook for yourself, then you don't need much money, do you? No eating out, it's too expensive. You're at the age where you should learn about cooking and personal finances now, after all. Yep, I will get by, I will get by. No, I won't. What was I thinking? I was half asleep and I made such crazy, empty promises. Just like a manga character always does at times like these. I bent over backwards and scratched furiously at my head. Keiichi-kun, your parents sure have it rough. Anyway, you need to keep things in order while they are gone. Anyway, food. My parents aren't here. I have to make it all myself, you know. This is a huge emergency. Should you not simply give up and cook for yourself? Keiichi-san, did you not make a fabulous curry dish for the curry party previously? Listen here. My mom taught me how to cook that curry when we camped, and it's the best I can do. I can't eat curry 3 meals a day. I mean, it's just junk food in the first place. There's no nutritional balance whatsoever, and it's just completely stupid. Mion and Satako put their hands over my mouth. A moment later, the door rattled open, and Chie-sensei, a known curry maniac, suddenly poked her head in. Did I just hear somebody bad-mouthing curry? No, we didn't say anything. Everyone's faces went totally white, and they all shook their heads in denial. Her eyes rolled over the classroom. Her glare wasn't just a teacher's ordinary stare. Is that so? Must have been the wind. Chie-sensei gave one more look around the classroom, then closed the door and went back to the teacher's lounge. I may have been shouting, but for her to hear it all the way from the teacher's lounge across the hall, that teacher is terrifying. Kei-chan, you can disparage other foods all you want, but you might want to stay away from curry, at least as long as you live in Hinamizawa. Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I said, but still, I cannot have curry for every meal. And cup ramen is good because you only eat it once in a while. If you ate it for every meal, you get bored of it pretty quickly. Rice and miso soup, and a good side dish. Yeah, that's what a Japanese table should look like. Why can't you just try to cook for yourself? Rice you can make yourself, is really good. This old man thinks it's more a pain than good. But experiencing every once in a while might be nice. That's right, life is all about experiences, right? But when you cut your fingers or burn yourself, it is so sad, so very sad. With everyone encouraging me like this, I started to feel like maybe I could do it if I tried to. Though approximately one person didn't sound like she was encouraging me. Cooking is a skill I'll have to learn on my own at some point, since I want to live on my own someday. Maybe learning now would not be so bad. I'm pretty uneasy about it, but you are right. If I don't understand how to cook a few things around here, then I won't be in good shape the next time our club does a cooking showdown. You are correct. That clever trick of yours in the last curry contest won't work every time after all. As if scorning me, Satako ridicules my comeback from a hopeless situation in a certain do-or-die curry showdown. And what are you so relaxed for? You relied entirely on Rika-chan back then, Okay, so this part is continued from Chapter 2, right? It's not like an alternate timeline, because this happened in Chapter 2. What did you cook at the time exactly? You put a bag of salt in Rena's... Yeah, I'm really confused, but okay. A bag of salt in Mion's rice. And you flipped over my pan. I relapsed into my grudge over the last curry showdown. For now, I calmed my unquellable anger by pinching Satako's ears. Ow! My attack was because that's what they were doing for club. I may not look like it, but I can do a little bit of cooking. Can you now? Even when you couldn't peel one carrot during the showdown and had to get Rika to do it? Don't be so daft. People get better every day, you know. If you think I'll always be crummy at cooking, then you are quite mistaken. Right, Rika? I have to watch or else I get worried about the pot and the flame. Sometimes you forget to turn the gas off too. Hey, now that is easy to do. You get so focused on taking the food off the stove, you just forget to turn off the gas. It's easy to do. Everyone burst into laughter. That shouldn't be an issue with cooking. Even I would never do that. I don't want to hear that from someone who eats nothing but cup ramen. But Satako can cook pretty well for herself, you know? Rena, it's fine. You don't need to force yourself to cover up for her like that. No, she is not trying to cover up for her anything. It's just that Rika-chan's cooking is by far the best of all of us, so hers doesn't stand out. Satako has mastered the basics too, right? At the very least, she can cook rice and miso soup. Well, she can't quite tell the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, though. Cauliflower is white, broccoli is green, although they do taste almost the same. They're both the same anyway once you boil them. Satako erupted into anger, making two fists and swinging them above her head. Everyone laughed a lot after that. The others don't matter. I cannot stand being laughed at by you, Keiichi-san. Yes, perhaps I do lag behind everyone else in terms of cooking skill, but at least I'm confident I would never lose to you, Satako. Not to you, at least. What was that? You have the gall to say you are confident? That's what's daft here. I might not seem like a good cook, but I take turns with Rika, you know. I can cook just fine for myself, thank you. I see. Good for you for being able to cook. I'll buy some candy for you as a present later. I patted Satako on the head while I made fun of her. Satako seemed to know I was making fun of her, too, since her face went bright red very quickly and steam started to pour out like she was a kettle. You don't believe me, do you? Anyway, I can cook far better than you can, Keiichi-san. I see. Then if you can tell me the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, I would believe you. Come on, let's hear it. The green one is broccoli. Or, no, the yellow one. Cauliflower is red, blue, green. Come on now. What color is broccoli? It's not red, blue, green like a television. Come on, say it, say it. Taco can cook just fine without knowing what color broccoli is. White? Good for you, good for you. Stupid KK. Oh, it was nothing to cry hysterically about. She's so goddamn cute. I stroked her head as hard as I could. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. If you're going to act so smug, then you can surely show us something better than Satako, remarked Mion, giving me just a slightly mean smile. Actually, well, I had no confidence at all in my cooking. But the situation carried me along, and I decided to deliver an impressive declaration. Just you wait. Tonight I will make the best darn meal you have ever seen. I'll even make a little too much and pack it for lunch tomorrow. You'll be so surprised you'll fall over. That sounds like fun. I can't wait for lunchtime tomorrow. Rika-chan patted me on the head. Her words of can't wait sounded so transparent. Rina is excited too. I promise I won't laugh no matter what you make. Alright, so maybe I will go out on my bento tomorrow too. Then let's do this. Let's have a bento showdown tomorrow as a club activity, of course. And we will throw in punishment game too, of course. My one ingenious idea, that is. How is that, Keiichi-san? I'll give you one chance to back down. Sayako wiped her tears and snarled at me as if this was her chance to turn things around. Maybe this is bad? I feel like maybe the conversation is getting pretty out of hand. Oh, if I apologize, now's my chance. But what came out of my Keiichi Maebara's mouth was a statement so reckless it frightened even me. Yeah, you are on. My bento tomorrow will knock you right out of your shoes. Everyone raised their voices in surprise at my bold, confident reply. Now I've done it. What have I done? I'm so irresponsible. So, Mion-san, what sort of fantastic punishment game will we have to play if we lose? Satako grinned furiously, as if to say that was already decided I would be playing said fantastic punishment game. Let's see. Okay, how about this? Whoever loses tomorrow's Bento Showdown during lunch break tomorrow has to go up to Chie-sensei as she's eating in the teacher's lounge and say bad things about curry. Mi-chan, that's... How terrifying. Everyone went pale and gasped at how truly terrifying the punishment game was. Chie-sensei is such a maniac about curry that she would risk her life for it. And to go up to her and start saying bad things about curry? What kind of fate would await us? Just trying to imagine it was scary. And as everyone looked blankly amazed at the terrifying punishment game, Rika-chan spoke. Tomorrow's contest will be decided by skill. Rina and Mion and Satako, everyone nodded deeply in agreement. Although Keiichi-san's problem might be his own dinner tonight rather than tomorrow's bento. How disappointing that you can't witness what an amazing dinner I am going to make tonight. I'll let you have a glimpse of it in my bento tomorrow, so look forward to it. That is quite a lot of grandstanding. You do know what will happen if you come to us with something terrible, right? I just can't wait. How much trouble you'll be in with Chie-sensei tomorrow, Satako. Yes, I can't wait either. To see you, Keiichi-san, groveling before her and begging for forgiveness, saying it all with tears streaming down your face. Yes, I can just see it now. What was that? Both of us on the verge of tears pull on each other's cheeks. Trying to muster all your desperation by placing yourself in a predicament. Kei-chan, that's so manly. That isn't manly or anything of the sort. It is called being reckless. He can't even cook well. Rena believes in you. I'm looking forward to your wonderful bento. I'm looking forward very much to seeing Keiichi tomorrow as well. Their expectant gazes were painful. I was just trying to tease Satako a little. How did it come to this? Yeah, you had better look forward to it. How am I able to say such reckless things? I'm being so unreasonable. What the heck is going to happen to my dinner? And the bento showdown tomorrow? No, more importantly, if they make me say bad things about curry to Chie-sensei's face, what will happen to me? The extreme contrast between my outward bravado and my internal screaming continued as the hot and humid June afternoon dragged on. That entire day, up until school was over, The whole time, my meal tonight and my bento tomorrow were the only things on my mind. And now that I thought about it, it made Mom seem amazing for planning 3 meals every day of the year. I've complained before about having the same meal in a row once in a while, but now I know how rude that was. More importantly, what am I going to do about the punishment game tomorrow? And besides that, what am I going to eat tonight? Keiichi-kun, Keiichi-kun. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about stuff. And about what to make tonight? Or about the bento showdown tomorrow? She hit the mark and I couldn't find anything to say, and my facial expression made obvious the fact that she hit the mark. For tomorrow's showdown, I think that if you do your best to make a bento, you'll be fine. There's nothing superior to a bento you tried really hard to make all by yourself. Tomorrow's showdown is one thing, but what about dinner tonight? I might suddenly get food poisoning. I couldn't make any more bluffs. I exaggeratedly drooped my shoulders and heaved a sigh from the bottom of my gut. Rena laughed in a shrill way when she saw me do that. Keiichi-kun, you don't have any confidence in your cooking at all, do you? So I have been found out. If it looks like you can't do it no matter how hard you try, you can always give Rena a call. Really? But only if you try really hard first, okay? You can't rely on others without first struggling yourself. Rena seemed naive, but sometimes she was instructive. She didn't just spoil people unconditionally. Rena always seemed like an adult at these moments. If I absolutely can't do it, I will call you, though the chances are extremely high. Go for it, yay! You're grandstanding so much as Satako-chan that you have to try your best. Hey, about Satako, how good is she at cooking? She's at least better than you. That was so direct. It hit me pretty hard. You were making fun of her a lot, too. Maybe you should have to struggle just a little. Rena, you are pretty mean. Rena isn't all cute, all cute. Now that I had provoked Satako that much, I couldn't just make some crummy bento. I can't believe how loose-lipped I am. Okay, bye. Good luck on the cooking. Show everyone that you can do it if you really try. Yeah. I waved my hand absently in response. Leaving me with words of encouragement and a few pieces of super beginner advice, Rena disappeared past the trees. Fine, I'm desperate. So what? I may not know the ABCs of navigation, and I have neither a sea chart nor a compass, but still, one idiot is taking on the ocean of the great cooking age alone, and his name is Keiichi Maebara. Let's go. Time to cook. My enthusiasm is peerless. If energy and recklessness was all it took, I could take over the world. However, there are plenty of things in the world that cannot be achieved with resolution alone, and cooking was probably the top contender. Therefore, even if it was hastily prepared knowledge, I wanted something to help me. I made up my mind and fished through the kitchen cabinets. I was on the hunt for a cookbook. My mom should have had a few of them. For a complete amateur like me, the first thing I needed was information. Just like he who would cross the oceans needed a compass. For me, a cookbook was absolutely indispensable. Here's one. Its worn out, gold cover made it feel somehow reliable. Okay, as long as I have got this, well, it's easier to give it a shot than think about it, right? Anyone can concoct the taste of a gourmet chef as long as they have a cookbook. Cookbooks are great, and as such optimistic thoughts filled my chest, I flipped through the pages. However, whoa. It played with technical terminology like toys. I just couldn't see how to actually make things. You knew it all along, Keiichi Maebara. If anyone could make delicious food just by reading a book, then there would be no such job as gourmet chef in the first place. First off, it calls for 3 teaspoons. But which spoon is that? It keeps saying to use however much you like. How much exactly are you supposed to use? Stop using such obscure expressions. Strain out the water in the colander and add salt and pepper to taste. What the heck is a colander? And strain it out like stretching. You can't stretch water droplets like meat. And besides, how much salt and pepper is that supposed to be anyway? Aren't there any beginner-friendly guides in here? It won't do you any good to yell. Cool off, Keiichi Maebara. Think calmly. Calmly. For now, I will leave the side dish until after. The rice is more important. Have to cook the rice or I can't start. I know a little bit about how to cook rice. I didn't cook it with my camping kit when camping all the time for nothing. I will wash the rice. That should be good enough. That should be enough water. And which switch is it? Is it this button? Oh, the lamp turned on. Yeah, a fully automatic rice cooker is one of the 3 sacred treasures after all. Now pleased by the rice cooker set, I pulled myself together and decided to take on the miso soup next. The miso soup I made at day camp was all the instant kind after all. Well, it would be fine if I just melted the miso into hot water, no doubt. I'll boil the water and put in the miso. How much should I put in? Let's see here. Use the proper amount according to the number of people and your tastes. Enough with the vague expressions. Fine, then I'll put in the proper amount. I crushed the bag of miso in my fist and put half of its contents into the pot. Was this really okay? Maybe this was a little too hearty. They do say miso soup is best when it tastes strong. Come to think of it, my mom's miso soup is a little thin. Maybe I'll like it better than this with this much put in it. I said it aloud as if trying to convince myself. Then, convinced by my own words, I nodded to myself. Alright, the rice and miso soup were probably fine. Next, the side dish. But what should I make? Something I could make that would add color to the meal. That's it. Why don't I stir fry some vegetables? You can eat vegetables raw too, and they won't die just from a little bit of fire. I was so cute then, not realizing what the level of my thoughts had fallen from what would look great in a meal to what would be easy to make. There were quite a few vegetables in the refrigerator. What kind of vegetables go in the stir fry? Bean sprouts, cabbage, chives, onions. Can you put cucumbers and lettuce in? For now, I grabbed a nearby cutting board, cut them into chunks, and tossed them into a wok. This has gotten pretty exciting. It's the true worth of men's cooking. This is actually getting kind of fun. All of a sudden, there was a pile of vegetables in the wok. Alright, next is the salad oil. It would be more exciting if I filled it to the brim. A bit leaked out. Well, no point in worrying about something so minor. The great Keiichi Maebara's cooking is exciting. Okay, let's turn on the heat. The salad oil filling the wok to the brim caught fire, and flames reached up to the sky. Amazing. Maybe I can be an Iron Chef too. What if I'm really good at cooking with fire? Those words were spoken by delusion. I was saying something outrageously careless, but when the words came out, they sort of convinced me. Yes, I am an Iron Chef. Right as the crazy pillar of flame started to burn the ceiling, I finally realized that the fabulous cooking before my eyes had culminated into an actual life-threatening disaster. Wait, what? Could I have been doing something insane? The force of the flame grew stronger and stronger. Wait, what? What in the world are you doing? You must stop the flames this instant. Somebody forcefully struck me in the back of the head. When I turned around to see what was going on, to my surprise, I saw Satako and Rika-chan there. Satako? Rika-chan? As I stood in wonder at their unexpected entrance, Satako shoved me out of the way and turned off the gas. Then Rika-chan got a towel soaked in water, spread it out, and placed it over the pot. She continued to soak more towels and put a second on, then a third. Once a whole bunch were piled on, the fire finally stopped. All of it had happened in a few moments. Having avoided a huge fire by a hair's breadth, the three of us gasped for air. Wait, what are you doing in my house? You're trespassing on private property. Yes, well, Keiichi-san, you've been caught red-handed in the act of arson. It was just about to turn into a huge building fire, wasn't it? It would be very, very sad if Keiichi was homeless after this. And after pretending to be an Iron Chef, I finally began to take in the situation. So that was really about to set the house on fire. Is that not obvious? Just look at it. The ceiling is all sooty, is it not? Chimneys are the only things that should be sooty. Satako was seriously mad at me. Maybe they saved my life. According to what they said, I was so absorbed in my fiery cooking that I hadn't noticed when Satako and Rika-chan rang the doorbell, but they could tell someone was home, so they came in to check. Thank goodness they did. If Satako and I hadn't come, the fire engines would have been going wee-oo right now. Keiichi, do you understand how serious this was? At some point I sat down on my knees as I listened obediently. I'm sorry. You two saved my life. We thought we would come and see what a fabulous dinner you made, but as we thought, it is a mess. At this rate, we won't even need to look at your bento. You're mean. So you and Rika-chan came all this way just to see what I would make for dinner? Us being mean saved your house and your life. Is that not something to take to heart? Yes, I'm sorry, Satako-san. At this point, having shown them such a disaster, I couldn't exactly make any more bluffs. I had completely surrendered. And yet you tried really hard on the curry. Where did the Keiichi-san from back then go? Jeez. I had all our upperclassmen help me then, and just borrowed their entire pots from the other teams. I didn't really cook anything. Keiichi-san, you cheated? You might have been doing what our club usually does, but that was terrible. Pouring salt into the other team's pot seemed far more terrible to me, but Satako was in control right now, so I could not respond. I obediently hanged my head to her. By the way, Keiichi-san, this is terrible pot. This wasn't supposed to be miso soup, was it? Satako stared at the pot, totally full of miso with an awful expression. So I really did get the amount wrong. Judging by the look on Satako's face, whatever was in the pot could not be called miso anymore. Forget the miso soup. The rice should be cooked just fine. Rice cookers these days are pretty convenient. It should be just about done. It's not cooked. See, the inside is still all watery. What? But I switched it on and the little light came on. Keiichi, the button you pushed was the timer button, okay? It's set for breakfast, so it won't turn on until tomorrow morning. So then, what? In the end, I don't have a side dish or a miso soup, or even rice. I couldn't make anything myself. It serves you right? So, have you finally realized your place? Come, admit it, say it. I, Keiichi Maebara, am all bark and a much crummier cook than Satako Hojo-san. I'm a terrible person and a crummier cook than Satako. I beg your forgiveness. I fainted in agony. Rika-chan pat my head and satisfied at the sight, and Satako laughed loudly in triumph. I have completely lost. In the end, I talked big, but couldn't make a single dish adequately. At this rate, I'll go without dinner, and tomorrow morning, no breakfast, and no bento for lunch either. I didn't know how many days it would be before my parents returned, but at this rate, without a doubt, I'll starve to death. Of course, I'll have no bento tomorrow either. And I'm sure to get the punishment game tomorrow. Rika-chan kept on patting my head with a smile on her face that couldn't possibly get any bigger. Satako, completely appalled at how unsightly I looked, heaved a heavy sigh. Adult men are just so pathetic, aren't they? Come on, please move yourself out of the way. As I sobbed like a girl, Satako, displeased, brushed me aside and dumped the remains of the miso soup into the sink tidily, then began to rinse out the pot. Don't worry about it, Satako. I can at least clean up after my own mess. I couldn't have Satako clean up the cooking utensils I had made a mess of. But when I tried to stop her, Rika-chan pulled on my clothes. Keiichi, you can just be silent and watch. She grinned as she said it. Be quiet and watch. What are you saying, Rika-chan? She meant just what she said. Keiichi, just be quiet and leave this to me. Satako turned around and declared, seeming bothered, as if to say that amateurs should keep their hands off. Her annoyed expression was a little scary. Leave what to you? Satako didn't answer. Instead, she spun her back around and began to rifle through the pots in the refrigerator. Wait, don't mess with them too much. If you turn the place inside out, my mom might get mad at me later. Would you just be quiet already? Men aren't supposed to enter the kitchen. Rika. Aye, aye, sir. Satako snapped her fingers, and Rika-chan got on her tiptoes, grabbed me by the back of my neck, and started dragging me away. Leaving Satako alone in the kitchen, Rika-chan dragged me back into the living room. Hey, stop! Rika-chan, let me go already. If we leave it to Satako, the kitchen will be a disaster. Satako came to see how she beat you today. It's her revenge. Revenge? Come to think of it, her face looked kinda grim. Eventually from the kitchen there was the sound of a faucet being twisted and a stove dial being turned. I began to hear the nostalgic sounds that made me envision dinner time. The refrigerator opening and closing, ingredients being cut on the chopping board. What did that mean? Was Satako? Was she cooking? Keiichi made fun of her quite a lot. Satako wanted to show you that she can cook proper meals too. Just listening to it like this, there haven't been any sounds of blood spilling, or bursting, or explosions. At this point, at least, she had proven she was a more skillful cook than me. In the cooking showdown with Satako Hojo versus Keiichi Maebara, it looked like victory had already been decided. I recalled Satako's slightly annoyed expression from before. I was making fun of Satako too much today, wasn't I? Is she holding a grudge? We are just provoking each other with our usual back and forth. But I also think I maybe overdid it. At the very least, I shouldn't have made fun of Satako, who could cook for herself when I had never cooked other than for recreation before. Satako isn't holding very much of a grudge, but she came all the way to my house and pushed her way in. She's gotta be mad. I quietly took a peek into the kitchen. She definitely looked different than the usual bird-brained Satako. Her eyes were sharp and her movements were brisk, to the point where it was a little scary. Then she must have noticed me because she turned around and shot me an annoyed glare. I cringed in fear and hastily pulled my head back out. She is mad. She's totally mad. How will she take her revenge on me? That's just Satako being serious because she doesn't want to fail. She isn't angry or anything. How can you say she isn't angry? I've never seen Satako be this frightening. Keiichi-san, I can hear that you know. Sorry. I jumped at Satako's angry outburst and faced towards the kitchen. I felt exactly like a kid who had done something bad and gotten called to the teacher's lounge. Where do you keep the miso? The refrigerator is so big that I don't see any of it anywhere. I'm sorry. The miso it's on the middle shelf in the fridge at the back left of the lower rack. What is this? You need to close the miso package after you finish with it. It's getting the inside of the refrigerator dirty, isn't it? I'm sorry. Before I can look for something to wipe it with, Sataka wiped it off with a wet dish towel. I swear, how are men so bad cleaning up after themselves? I shudder to think that you'll become an adult like this. I couldn't talk back to Satako today. The only thing I could do was obediently lower my head and apologize. As Satako nitpicked and I apologized, a good smell began to fill the kitchen. This is how you prepare the miso for the soup. You scoop a little out with a ladle and break it up with chopsticks. It's important to add a little at a time and keep tasting it. Dumping the entire thing into the pot is absolutely outrageous. I'm sorry. I never paid attention in home ec class. You are pathetic, I swear. Men. Grumble, grumble. I cowered at her annoyed-sounding muttering. But looking at her like this, she seemed quite good at cooking. It had just been overshadowed by Renna's and Rika-chan's artistic abilities. Satako's skills were clearly enough to get passing marks. If you have time to zone out like that, then you can go set the table. Rika and I will be eating too, so set 3 places. On it. I hastily took out a 3 people's worth of dishes and such from the cabinets and headed to the dining room. When I returned there, I could hear laughter from a variety show on the television. Rika-chan was sprawled out on the couch watching television and relaxing. When she noticed me putting the dishes out on the table, she came scampering up. Dinner time is soon. Dinner at Keiichi's house. Nippa. Rika-chan, you're in a good mood. That's a pretty big difference from Satako-chan. Satako isn't in a bad mood at all. She's enjoying herself more than she has in a long time. Enjoying herself? Seriously? She's like how she was when her Nini was with her. It really has been a long time since I've seen Satako look like she's having so much fun. Nini? What the heck is Nini? Is it a sound cats make? Nini means brother. Satako's older brother. Satako's older brother? He's named Satoshi. Haven't you heard his name before? Satoshi. Satoshi Hojo? Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. At least he didn't go to our school. Satoshi, huh? Satako's older brother. That's the first time I've heard of him. She had a brother, huh? I did not know that. She does have one. Saying that, Rika-chan grinned even more brightly and went Nipah again. When Satako was with Satoshi, she always looked like she was having fun, just like this. It really has been a long time since I've seen Satako enjoying herself this much. However I looked at it, she seemed to be in a bad mood. But her good friend, Rika-chan, was saying that it was actually the opposite. Is she really enjoying herself? She must be remembering the time she spent with her Nini. It's nostalgic. Nostalgic? Then does he live apart from Satako? Maybe Satako's older brother Satoshi is actually a lot older than her. He must have gone off on his own and was living by himself far away. Satako seems like she got along well with the Satoshi person. She did. The two of them got along very well. She spread her arms wide to demonstrate the width of how well they got along. According to Rika-chan, Satako supported her docile, slightly unreliable older brother through nagging. That was their relationship. I see. That certainly applied to the current situation. We had me, unreliable, unable to cook even a single dish properly, and Satako who redid it while scolding me. Could Satako have been getting a glimpse of her brother, who now lived far away, through me? So she would always nitpick whatever Satoshi did, but she firmly supported him and they got along well. Today she was the one. She suggested we should go to Keiichi's house. She said there's no way the unreliable Keiichi-san could possibly make dinner. We need to go make it for him. Then she didn't come here to get revenge or to get even or anything like that. She couldn't leave you alone. Even now Satako was a proper little sister. I was an only child. I didn't know how it felt to have siblings. Of course, I've never had a little sister like Satako, but I felt that in this moment I was an older brother, obediently and helplessly being looked after by her, without any teasing or messing around. I'm going to give thanks for her trouble. That's what I honestly thought. Keiichi-san, do you know where on earth the ladle is? Sorry. The ladle should be in the drawer to your right. I ran to the kitchen, got the ladle out of the drawer, and offered it to Satako. It's all done. Have you put the bowls and things out? Yeah, everything's a-okay. Then let's have our meal. Rika. It's time for dinner. Me. I heard Rika-chan's effervescent voice coming from the dining room. Satako turned off the gas flame on the stove and lifted up the pot of miso soup. Could you bring the rice cooker, Keiichi-san? Be careful not to flip it over, alright? Right, I'll be careful. I can carry rice cookers just fine without being warned about it. I thought about replaying like that, but I decided not to. No mean words or witty retorts today. Rice with steam billowing from it, and miso soup, as well as a handful of side dishes. On the table was a truly firm, family-oriented dinner. It wasn't weird at all or extravagant. It was a daily meal, the sort a housewife would make. It was very nonchalant and brimming with liveliness. Then let us eat. Thank you for the food. At Satako's command, Rika-chan and I both thanked her in a loud voice. I made light of you, Satako. You have beaten me soundly. Oh ho ho! Do you have a better opinion of me now? I may still not be as good as Rika or Rena-san, but I can cook far better than the helpless Keiichi-san. Yeah, I know better now. After I honestly admitted my defeat, Satako's expression finally softened, and she laughed with her normally loud and cheerful voice. Oh, the rice is cooked really well. Though she used the rice cooker, it tasted a little different from the rice my mom made. Maybe she used a different amount of water for it. Even so, I could feel Satako's personality from the rice, which made it taste better than usual. The miso soup was a little on the thick side, but was still delicious. The side dishes, while not exactly flashy, tasted great as well. It was all so appetizing, and I couldn't stop eating. The side dishes are well done too. Satako, you're not a bad cook at all. I gave my honest impression without a hint of sarcasm. Satako seemed to have been expecting some, because when I praised her so honestly, she got flustered instead. Your praise honors me, but it's nothing so grand. The side dishes are just things I bought at the store and heated up. This and this. All I did was open the can. I can only really make rice and miso soup myself, Satako said, embarrassed, her face a bit flushed. There was none of her normal verbal abuse or sarcasm in there either. I can't make anything except rice and miso soup, but when you get ready, made side dishes and put them on the table too, it turns into something fairly splendid. My mom uses ready-made side dishes and canned goods too. It's nothing to be so embarrassed about. This is a fantastic dinner. I gave her honest praise. I've never met Satoko's brother, but Satoshi would probably praise her in the same way. Well, I suppose it's enough now that you've come to realize that I can hold my own in the kitchen. Would you like seconds? There's plenty of miso soup still left. Did that brat just awkwardly change the subject? When I realized that my response had been on the mark, it made me a little happy. When we eat rice like this, it's fun, like we are eating with Satoshi. Rika-chan mentioned Satoko's older brother's name again. Satoko's chopsticks paused and she looked up at the ceiling. How nostalgic. I wonder what he could be doing right now. She had a faraway smile, as if yearning for a friend who had moved away. From how it looked, I got the impression she hadn't seen Satoshi in quite some time. Satoko realized I was giving her a blank stare. I do apologize. Satoshi is my Nini. My older brother. Okay. I see. Nini must have been a nickname only Satoko used for him. It was funny to see her hastily deny it. I was rather surprised a person with such few living skills had the ability to run away. Well, I'm sure he'll pack up shop at some point and return out of the blue. So he ran away. There was another story to what Satoko had said so cheerfully. The reason for Satoshi not living with her was a little serious. Everyone had been talking about it in such an upbeat way, so I continued to talk about him. Should I have not broached the subject at all? I hastily took a look at Satoko's face after thinking that, but there was no trace of the gloomy expression I had been worrying about. Well, he's not old enough to be dreaming of living on his own. Nini would not be able to do it for long anyway. He has no endurance. Satoshi may not look like it, but he's a very persevering person. He's a lot more persevering than you think. Rika, you always take Nini's side right away. You are a little too nice to him. Satoko is just too harsh on Nini. You should treat him more kindly when he comes back. Satoko and Rika-chan's views regarding Nini, also known as Satoshi, were parallel to each other, but I could easily tell that both of them really liked him. They were so optimistic too. Even though he had run away from them, it was like they were going to see him again next week. Satoko and Rika-chan both liked Satoshi, even now, and waited for him, believing he would surely return. I have never met him, but I know for sure that the Satoshi person was a really good guy. I had thought Satoko would be deeply hurt by her brother running away, but she had already overcome that. She was still being the energetic little sister, always full of vim and vigor, as if to say that her brother could come back any time he liked. I thought that Satoko didn't think through anything, and just frolicked and played practical jokes every day, and that was it. But she was really... yeah. Why are you petting my head? I roughly rubbed a hand through Satoko's hair. I misunderstood you, Satoko. I didn't know you were this level-headed. Satoko seemed to think I was making fun of her and tried to bat away my hand. But then she saw that there wasn't even a trace of malice on my face and obediently granted me her head. Yep. Satoko's level-headed. She sure is. I've been level-headed from the start. I was just playing pranks on you because you always do it to me. There was her usual provocation, but decided not to buy into it today. You are right. You were just doing it to go along with me. But you really were so level-headed. Good for you. Is that actually a compliment? It's kind of like you're making fun of me. I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. I'm seriously complimenting you, because if I was making fun of you, Rika-chan would be petting your head too. That's right, isn't it? When Rika makes fun of people, she usually pets their head. These canned sardines are delicious. Rika-chan went nipa, and her smile became even brighter. Her attitude was clear as day, but was annoyingly cute, so both Satoko and I suddenly burst into laughter. That laughter lightened up the table. The table itself is so dull and simple that I never even thought people could be laughing around it like this. And then I finally came to realize something very obvious. Dinner is better if you're laughing while you're eating. Of course it is. Laughing makes it taste better. How rude. The food is good because I'm a good cook, obviously. This harmonious moment, this happy circle, it was completely different than spending time with family, but still somehow nostalgic. Satoko, do you want to see Nini? I didn't say Nini. Call him my brother, please. Hey, wait, you've been seeing Nini this whole time. I grinned wryly and decided to just call him brother like she told me to. Satoko, do you want to see your brother? Rika-chan stopped eating, then looked back and forth between my face and Satoko's. Satoko was smiling. She looked like she was trying to choose her words. Just from that, Satoko conveyed her feelings. Honestly, she wished she would come home right now, but she wasn't that weak. Satoshi should just do what he wanted until he was satisfied. In return, she would let him have the scolding of his lifetime, and then she would have dinner with him and lay out the futon for him. Well, of course I want to see him again. It's been almost a year. It's been that long already. Rika-chan smiled thinly, her eyes appearing to look far away. Well, Nini can do what he wants. It would lighten my load if he came back with more muscles and knowing how to do housework, of course. See, you said Nini again. You said it. I did not. I would never call Nini Nini. Things rapidly returned to the usual lively atmosphere of lunchtime at school, but nothing changed about Satoko's feelings towards her brother. She was living so bravely and so strongly. Hey, Satoshi. Your sister is trying so hard to watch the place while you are gone, isn't she? Give it a rest and come back soon. Got it? Satoko, it's time to clean up, or else we will get sleepy. It was when we were all watching TV while enjoying some tea after dinner. Rika-chan let out a big yawn and then spoke. Satoko and I both then looked at the clock and noticed how late it had gotten. No, perhaps we both realized it already. We just didn't want this warm moment to end. Maybe we didn't want to say anything. Oh, this will not do. I still haven't washed the dishes yet. Don't worry about it. I can do that much at least. You made a great dinner, so I can't let you do the dishes too. Are you sure you will be alright? When people who are not used to it try to wash them, the soap could make the dishes slip out of their hands, you know. She's turned into a perfect nagging little sister. It was charming and awkward. Emotions like that were all mixed up inside of me. I gave her a vague, dry smile. Keiichi can at least wash dishes. If you break one and hurt yourself, I'll give you pettings at school tomorrow. Rika-chan yawned again, so wide you could see her molars. Is it really alright? Keiichi-san is pretty unreliable despite how he looks. Give me a break. Looks like Keiichi's approval ratings have plummeted in Satako's mind. Don't worry. I'll clean those dishes up, no problem. So don't worry about it and go home. Actually, at this hour, I can't let you two go home by yourselves. I'll take you there. Let me find the key for my bike. Once you've taken us home, Keiichi-san will be the one going home by himself. You'll be in big trouble if you get lost on the roads at night and end up in Takasudo. There's no houses or lights out there at all. I was trying to worry about them going home, but I didn't think they would be worried about me getting lost. Am I really that unreliable? She really is being critical, but yeah, this feeling I have, it's not bad. So I ended up not needing to escort them. I saw off Satako and Rika-chan to the gate. Thanks a lot for today. Thanks to you, I got a good cultural dinner. If Satako hadn't come, Keiichi would be growling and yowling right now. Truly, it's really good that we came. They really saved me. I gave them another bow filled with gratitude. Oh, yes, I put the rice and side dishes into a container, so use that for your bento tomorrow. And for breakfast you can eat some bread and jam. Strawberry jam and peanut butter were in your refrigerator on the middle shelf to the right. Cocoa powder, too, was in the upper right door of the cupboard. I know all that. You don't have to go into detail. I was about to say that, but I decided to humbly listen to her. It was then that I finally realized that Satako, who had appeared to be in a bad mood, was in fact in a great one, just like Rika-chan had said, and that though she nagged a lot, she was very kind. Then, good night. Make sure to brush your teeth before you go to bed. You have to do it for at least 5 minutes. I got it, Satako. I'll brush my teeth and make breakfast tomorrow, and I'll be sure not to forget the bento. You need to wake up earlier than usual, or you won't be able to get your breakfast or bento ready. Got it? If you like, I can give you a call a little earlier to wake you up instead of using your alarm clock. You don't have to go that far. I'll set my alarm clock to wake me up a little early. Thanks for being so concerned about me. Satako looked like she had more fault-finding to do, but she stopped and, leaving me with a good night, got on her bike and disappeared down the nighttime road. Rika-chan went to do the same, but then remembered something and came back. What's wrong, Rika-chan? Did you forget something? Keiichi, you get 100 points for today. Rika-chan suddenly complimented me. She clapped her small hands. What was she on about? I didn't do anything worthy of praise, did I? I nearly burned down the house after all. Satako probably felt like her Nini had come home. I think she was having a lot of fun. Once in a while, I want you to go along with Satako's scolding in the future. Are you telling me to be like an older brother that she can scold, instead of Satoshi? Rika-chan didn't say anything. She just smiled and went all Nipa. This Satoshi person, he has such a great little sister, so what was he unhappy about? If I were Satoshi, I would never have run away from home. Satoshi has his own circumstances, I am sure. I didn't know what he was unhappy with, but whatever the reason, it was no excuse for abandoning Satako. I hope he comes back soon. I probably can't play the role for actual Nini forever, you know? It's okay. You were just like Satoshi today. Please do it again sometime. If that's what would make Satako happy, I would take on this role whenever I needed to. Rika. Satako stopped her bike under a distant exterior light and called out to her friend, who wasn't coming no matter how long she waited. Okay, I have to go. Good night. Yeah, night. I can't replace Satoshi, but Keiji could do it. That's one less piece of baggage I need to shoulder. Leaving me with that, Rika sped off on her bike. She rode up next to Satako, and then the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Satoshi. Seriously, come back soon. Got it? If you come home really late, I'll punch you right in the nose. Let's try our best until that day comes, Satako. Even if I could longer hear the sounds of their bicycles. I stood there for a while, seeing them off. Satako's Trap Course. You're on fire, literally. That was the achievement for that section. Yeah. I know one thing for sure. Satako could fend off an entire army division by holing up in that mountain. I know all about it. Satako was one of the Soviet military advisors that gave training on traps to that one country. Stop saying weird things. Somebody help me. How did it come to this? What traps did we fall for, and how did we fall for them? Mion was caught in a profusely thin pitfall she couldn't escape from, and only her head was poking above the ground. Rena's head was completely covered by a tin bucket. She was squirming around in a vain attempt to remove it. Either of these were really funny, but that's where it ended. At least they had their feet on the ground. K-chan, what about you? Think you can get out of that? Hurry up and get out so you can save this old man. You're the one who should be breaking out and saving me, Mion. What do you expect me to do in this freaking bamboo mat? I was wrapped up in a bamboo mat and hanging 2 meters above the ground. What was this trap and how did I fall into it? It was Satako. This all started when they suggested that I was unfamiliar with nature, having grown up in the city, and proposed a little exploration on the mountain. But Rena doesn't really know how it is back there either. Rena might get lost. The mountain out back. I played there a lot when I was little, but I haven't gone there for years. If you get lost out there, things can get pretty dangerous. You can leave the mountain to us. The whole thing is our playground. Isn't that right, Rika? Oh, I see. How reassuring. We will defer to you two this time and have you be our tour guides. Wait, Keiichi-kun, the summer vacation guidebook says not to play on the mountain because you will get lost. It isn't summer vacation yet, so it's alright. We know the path, so there's no need to worry. The mountain has always been our playground, our backyard. We know all the secret paths and shortcuts. Yes, both Satako and Rika-chan knew the path like the back of their hands. Thanks to them, we had our fill of fresh air, gorgeous views, and Mother Nature, the likes of which you could never see in the village. But things got strange part way through. Oh, yes. Everyone, I have something to say. From here on, you must follow exactly where I go. What are you talking about all of a sudden? It would be safer to do as Satako says. Oh my. Hey, Michan, look at this. What is it? Should I pull it? Should I? Suddenly, when Rena pulled the kite string, a bundle of bamboo spears flattened to a tree branch all came raining down on the clatter right next to where Rena was standing. What is this? What? That brings back memories. Satako made this trap in the second semester of second grade. That was a close one. The tips of the spears are covered in dog poop, so if one of them hurts you, the wound will start to fester. When did this turn into frickin' Vietnam? According to Satako and Rika-chan, earlier in elementary school, Satako had been on a trap-making craze and set them up along every inch of this mountain. Keiichi-kun, maybe? They didn't tell us not to go on the mountain because we would get lost, but because it was dangerous. Mion and I both nodded wholeheartedly at Rena's hypothesis. Come now, we are hurrying on ahead. If we do not return soon, it will get dark. If it gets dark, it may become even more dangerous for me. But you're the one who brought us to this crazy mountain. Why was an average healthy Japanese boy like me being forced to deal with life-threatening booby traps? And then, the very moment Satako and Rika-chan got just out of sight was when the three of us all got caught in nice little traps together. Someone get me out. I have to go to the bathroom. Never mind that. Somebody get the bucket off me. I can't see in front of me. Wait, Rena, don't struggle around so much. I can see your panties. You saw? You saw? Keiichi-kun, you saw? Of course you can see them. You may be in a bucket, but you can definitely... Bucket Rena was using me as a sandbag and Mion was crying. You can't get out of the pitfall. How sad, how sad. Didn't I already tell you all? You weren't supposed to leave my side. I finally had an epiphany. Satako had been so bent on taking everyone out to the mountain because she wanted to brag about all the traps she had set up over the years. You could have stopped just showing them to us. I didn't need to experience how it felt firsthand. Rika-chan pets our three heads in sequence in an incredibly satisfied mood. And that was elementary, right? So is there another one for middle or intermediate school? Hmm, who knows? Okay, anyway, lunchtime has finally arrived. Mion gleefully announced the beginning of lunch. Ho ho ho, lunchtime at last. Someone here will have to play the punishment game, yes? The punishment this time, it's a little scary, so... Sorry, but Rina went all out in making her bento. In Rina's case, I don't think she would lose, even if she wasn't taking it seriously. We tried our hardest too. Satako and Rika-chan made separate lunches today. Usually you have the same bento, but that won't do for the showdown today, will it? Yes. It's quite alright. Rika and I made sure to make separate ones. Wow, Satako and Riko-chan both tried really hard. How exciting! What's a little surprising is that Kei-chan was able to make a bento. Good job, Kei-chan. It looks like you really can do it if you try. I scratched my head and gave her a dry smile. My bento today had been made entirely by Satako last night. It had none of my personality, so there wasn't anything there that they could praise me for. What does Keiichi's bento look like? I can't wait to see. Don't expect too much. It's just leftover rice and side dishes from last night. Leftovers are the foundation of bentos. Now we will know your dinner last night too. We will kill two birds with one stone. Was it really better to hide the fact that Satako came over and made dinner last night? Well, of course it was. If I revealed that I didn't make my own bento, I would be sure to end up playing the punishment game. Today's punishment was to stand right in front of the curry maniac Chie-sensei and say bad things about curry. It wasn't too different from telling someone to jump out of a 100-story window. It was exactly the same as telling someone to die. But Mi-chan, how will we decide who wins and loses the bento showdown? Keiichi-kun made his own too, so maybe we should call it a draw for today. We could do that. The punishment game yesterday was sort of a whip to encourage Keiichi-san to cook for himself after all. And Keiichi made his own too, so it's a draw. My simple bento with last night's leftovers could never have stood up to everyone else's bento that they made to win. I fully understood Satako and Rika-chan's concern for me as they tried to end this showdown peacefully. However, the club president Mion Sonozaki would not be convinced by something like that. I wonder why you are all so optimistic. Leaving one of our showdowns in such a gray area is out of the question. Now that we've clashed, we must settle the score. Reconciling with a draw only happens in the Yakuza world. I knew you would say that. There's no way you would end it that way, with your battle lust. This was bad. At this rate, I was sure to be the sole loser. But, well, I didn't make this bento after all. Maybe I need to resign myself to my inevitable loss. Okay, me. How are we going to decide who wins? It won't be fair if we grade each other's. Let's do an open judgment. Okay, everyone, assemble. Mion commanded everyone who had just started eating using her club president voice. Come and judge our 5 bento. Write your favorite 3 on a piece of paper and submit it. Understand? Everyone in class was used to being dragged into Mion's club activities. came the energetic voices from here and there. Everybody already knew that the showdown was this time involved an utterly fatal punishment game. And they were all very interested to see what would happen to whoever lost. Of course, they wanted the thrill of seeing something so terrifying. Okay, everybody ready? Then I'll go first, alright? Ta-da! In an exaggerated fashion, Mion pulled the lid off her multi-tiered, ornate bento box. Multiple cheers of joy erupted at the brilliant sight. That's amazing. It's just like New Year's food. It can't be. It has to be a lie. She must have switched the contents with a catered bento. Such purely Japanese cooking. Mion Sonozaki could not possibly make this. Nope, this is easy for Michan if she gets serious. She almost never gets serious, though. Just who you think this old man is? Given enough time and ingredients, I could even reproduce the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The entire classroom gulped audibly, and everyone wrote down the score on the notepaper in their hands simultaneously. It made sense. Just the visual impact would give her a perfect score. Alright, let's see Rena's next. Rena's really good at cooking too. Rena's bento is like a flower arrangement. Thanks everyone. I'll reveal my bento now. Rena's bento was a beautiful mix of the two colors of eggs and minced meat, and it too was a bento staple, the Sapporo bento. She had been thorough with the side dishes as well, and they were abundant in number. She had spent more time than usual on it, but it was unassuming and truly nonchalant. One couldn't ignore the household warmth in it that Mion's bento lacked. If I may say, you've done it again. This should get quite a high score. I should have known. It may look rigid, but there isn't anything to deduct points from. Amazing, as always. Once again, every one of the judges wrote a score on their notepaper at the same time. There seemed to be some who were revising their opinions when they compared it to Mion's score too. The whole classroom seemed split between Mion and Rena. And on everyone's face it was clear that they all wanted to be tasting them rather than scoring them. Then we will be next. Yes, I will now reveal mine. Come to think of it, Satako and Rika-chan ate with me last night at my house. It was impressive that they still made a bento. Both their bentos were clearly lacking compared to Mion's artfulness and Rena's perfection. However, because of that, you could sense from them how hard they worked. The topics were a little on the rough side, but you could still feel that they tried their hardest. It made you feel a little biased, so that you would give them more points. A few people struck by just that once again revised their opinions and wrote scores on their notepaper. Satako, Rika-chan, you both made really good bentos today. They might not measure up to Rena or Mion's craftsmanship, but when you think about that, they are pretty amazing. Satako and Rika-chan glanced at each other and grinned happily. This is a secret, okay? Mutter, mutter. What? When Satako told me, I broke off from the others, and secretly looked for my classmates' bento boxes. There, Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's bento boxes. I took a quick peek inside, and half of the contents were missing. Not bad. At the end, Satako and Rika hadn't made bento today. A bold move. They got Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun to share their bentos with them. Hey, Tomita and Okamura-kun, how did they buy you out? What are you saying, Maibara-kun? When did we get bought out, and for what? That's right. It's not like we traded them our duty watering the garden for half our bentos. Curse you, Satako. What an impudent trick. Satako grinned, showing her fang-like canines, and laughed in triumph. Oh, this is only something I learned from you, Keiichi-san. Yes. How naive, buying them out with watering duty alone. They are men. If you're going to buy them out, you need to use something a lot spicier than that. For example, like giving them 3 tickets to walk Satoko and Rika around like dogs all day with them on all fours, wearing tails and with leashes around their necks. That might be enough to get me to do anything. As I was lost in my wild fantasies, Mion clapped me on the shoulder and called me back to reality. It was just getting good. Alright, next up is Kei-chan's bento. We are all hoping for something pretty great because of your declaration yesterday, but how did it really turn out? Keiichi-kun can do it if he needs to. Rena was really excited for today. They are all looking forward to it, but it's really just leftovers from dinner last night. I didn't even make it either. How is that supposed to stand up to Mion and Rena and the others? That's it. Feast your eyes on this. I tore the lid off my bento box. There weren't very many cheers. Well, I guess there wouldn't be. Keiichi-kun, you tried your hardest too. Rena can tell how hard you worked. Rena, don't feel like you need to compliment me. How did this happen? Was Keiichi actually a hard worker after all? Well, I mean, I want to acknowledge how hard you tried, but for this showdown, it doesn't matter. Mion's cold, mean laugh. It was like it spoke for everyone's opinion, just like that. Keiichi-kun did really well considering it was his first challenge, you know? I think maybe everyone should rate his a little higher. But for the showdown, it doesn't matter. Alright, Kei-chan. If you have any last words before we tally up the results, I will listen to them now. What do you mean by last words? I mean that you might be hoping for a few extra points if you appeal somehow to the crowd. After all, for today's showdown, you just need to avoid coming in last. If you do well enough, then maybe you'll be able to worm out of the punishment game. You are implying that Keiichi-san's bento is going to take last place, aren't you? No, this old man wasn't trying to say anyone's bento came in last or anything. Mion cackled repulsively. In contrast, Satako's smile was growing somehow awkward. Oh, right. This bento was filled with last night's side dishes. That means it was basically a bento that Satako made, and Mion outright said it would come in last place. Mi-chan, aren't you being a little mean? Poor Keiichi-kun. Rena. Kei-chan knew that he couldn't lose today's bento showdown beforehand, didn't he? He did all that grandstanding yesterday, well aware of that. I don't think there's any reason to go easy on him, do you? Right, Satako? Yes, you are right. And you came here with this mess. It makes me laugh. Wait, Satako-chan, you can't laugh at him. But that bento is just so ridiculous I can't help but laugh. These side dishes look like they were bought from a shop. It's really disillusioning. Look, this one was just taken out of a can, wasn't it? This cucumber here isn't cut cleanly like the knife didn't go all the way through. Kei-chan, you never used a knife, did you? Your lack of experience is apparent. This goes beyond a simple lack of experience. Their presentation is fairly monotonous as well. It's almost a shock to see such a lack of taste. It was my first experience putting food into a bento box, so of course it's not going to look too good. Kei-chan, Kei-chan, there's a bigger problem than how you put it into the box. Tomita Okamura, explain please. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were chosen from our many underclassmen. Tomita-kun quickly adjusted his glasses and took a step forward. The fatal flaw in Maebara-san's bento, it's the coloration. As you know, there are three primary colors forming the basis of all colors. So if you want a well-balanced color scheme, then excluding white and black, you need those three colors. And nevertheless, if you remove the white and black from Maebara-san's bento, all that would be left is dark green. Dark green. No one will want to eat it if you describe it like that. I had forgotten. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun had been bought out by Rika-chan and Satako, so they were trying their hardest to let them win and make me lose, weren't they? What strong wills they have. It was charming, if only because they were working so hard, despite having been bought out. The side dishes have no spirit in them either. They are all prepackaged or canned food. Other words, out of the three necessary requirements for a bento, love, spirit, and taste, we can assert that Maebara-san's bento is lacking two of these. The classroom, convinced by the elucidation of the mystery they were thoroughly baffled with, raised mysterious groans of admiration. No heart and no spirit. It's decided then. Keiichi Maebara. This may sound cold, but if you realized how much fun cooking is because of all this, Keiichi-kun, isn't that enough? In any case, everything is fine as long as I am not doing the punishment game. Rena was giving a dry smile as well. It's been settled, Keiichi-san. You are going to be the one doing the punishment game. She laughed in such a vile manner, but she didn't look like she meant it. I knew that Satako was speaking ill of a bento that she had practically made herself in front of the whole classroom. I could tell how painful that laughter was. Okamura-kun said before that this bento lacked spirit, but among all the bento laid out here today, there wasn't a single one with as much spirit as this one. This meal that she made for me yesterday in such a good mood, though it looked like she was in a bad one, I won't let it end with this slander. Well then, Last place, Keiichi-san. Please admit your honest defeat already. Could you wait just a moment? When I began to speak in a low voice, the expressions of all the members of the club changed. Mion clicked her tongue. This man was baring his fangs at the last moment again. My bento was defeated because it lacked spirit. That's how you explained it. Am I wrong, Okamura-kun? Okamura-kun, who had suddenly been placed in the spotlight, looked flustered for a moment, but immediately he stammered and replied that I was right. How do you measure spirit? By difficulty? By effort? By sweat or tears? By its manifestation? Then how would you rate these burns that are still on my hands? Wow, Keiichi-kun, those are oil burns. Great. The burn marks from when I almost caused a fire yesterday looked just like I was having a ton of trouble cooking. I could clearly tell that the classroom was forced to acknowledge the effort I put into it. I see. To turn your failures at cooking due to lack of skill into scars of hard work instead. As I thought, I cannot falter around this man. That's right. I lack skill. I'm so bad cooking that my grandstanding yesterday was painful. But I didn't run away. I fought, and I delivered these results. Is that not spirit? What do you think? Rena wants to acknowledge it. Nobody can keep on going if their defiant spirit doesn't get valued. The girls in the class started to nod in agreement. Okay, the tables are turning. But Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun, bought out by the objects of their unrequited affection, were not about to lose either. They shifted to the counterattack, clearly exceeding the price they were paid. I see. I understand your feelings, Maebara-san. However, if spirit was all that mattered in cooking, the world wouldn't need chefs. That's right. If a chef bought you a burnt steak and said they put your spirit into it and tried hard, would you pay them? You wouldn't, would you? It's the same thing. That's right, that's how it goes. The male students took Tomita and Okamura's side. They did have a point. What about consideration? Even if you did get a totally black steak, if I knew how much the mother who made it struggled, I would eat it. I would eat it all. This time the female students in the class took my side. Good. Now we are even. Besides, a bento is a refinement of one's love given form. It only means something when the other person feels that way. Does your bento make us feel that way, Maebara-san? No, it doesn't make me feel that way. You're mean. The girls in the class began to boo loudly at his remark. Now even Okamura-san was panicking. Order, order. Will the spectators please refrain from making remarks? Your Honor. In order to prove how much of my spirit has gone into this bento, I call Miss Ryugu Rena, an authority in the culinary arts, to the stand. Rena thinks this bento has spirit in it. It might be rather artless in places. But I think cooking isn't just about outward appearances. The girls in the class again gave cries of support as they all applauded. In response, all the men in the class began to boo. Your Honor, the opinions of Maebara-san and Ryugu-san are extremely sentimental and aren't following with common sense. They are unsuitable to use as evidence. Order, order. The prosecution's objection is sustained. Go ahead. Ahem. Let's replace the bento in question with a birthday present, for example. Let's say, on my birthday, I, Tomita, received a hand-knitted sweater, and he, Okamura, received a bookstore gift certificate for 10,000 yen. That felt strangely real. Was it actually just an example? Common sense dictates which of them has the spirit. It is, of course, the hand-knitted sweater. If we went back to the bento, this would be a handmade side dishes. And the gift certificate, which is nothing more than money, allows you to buy things. In other words, it's the same as simple, meaningless canned goods. The boys and girls all began to argue amongst themselves about presents. They were all talking about what they received as presents in the past. Damn. Tomita-kun. He changed the subject to something that could easily grab everyone's attention. Not bad. I'll lose the initiative at this rate. Objection. This matter regards the spirit put into the bento. It's entirely different from birthday presents as they are each unique situations. Overruled. Will the prosecution please continue? Damn. Now then, what's important here is the fact that the spirit of the giver and spirit of the receiver are totally different. Between the handmade sweater that looks a little bit askew and the 10,000 yen bookstore gift certificate placed here before your very eyes, which would you say is the better choice? The gift certificate, right? It's 10,000 yen. 10,000. Can you calculate how many comic books you could buy with that? You could instantly complete a full collection if it was around 10 volumes long. Dozens of happy, humorous, slightly perverted manga. The bliss of your soothed heart cannot be compared to the sweater. The boys unanimously praised that with applause. Materialistic brats. But all guys that age are like that. Even I would choose a gift certificate over the sweater in that case. Wait, weren't you guys the one who said it was about love, spirit, and taste right at the start? Since when did taste trump all? That's the stance they were taking now. I believe this has demonstrated that the spirit of the giver and the spirit of the receiver have no casual relationship. No matter how much Maipara San struggled to make this bento, that cannot enter into consideration for the rest of us on the receiving end. Mere sophistry, Tomita-kun. It has plenty of spirit. Whether that gets through or not is the receiver's problem. That's right. Taste is more important. Enemy of women. What was that? Ugly? Now the courtroom is in chaos, but I cannot allow myself to lose. And not only to avoid the punishment game, but also to protect Satako's honor. Now then, do the defendants have a response to give? Slowly and strongly I nod and step up to the dais. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, do you two really think you can beat me with mere words? The prosecution said that we should value the gift without basing it on the spirit of the giver, correct? At some point it began speaking formally. Yes, that's right. No matter how much you labored to make that bento, the labor should not factor into our grading. Then I have a question for the prosecution. If I, Maipara, were to take the bento I made for today and placed it beside one bought from the store, would both of these be given the same score? The prosecution hesitated to speak. Got ya. That's right. A convenience store bento doesn't even come close to a homemade one, no matter how badly that meat is. has far more spirit than the bento that you just bought would ever have. You see, that spirit is being graded, meaning the spirit the cook put into the bento has already reached the recipients. Admit it. With those impactful words drawn in the air behind me, I pointed my finger. The girls, led by Rena, broke into applause. Some of the boys were admitting it too. I'll admit it. You admitted it? You admitted it, right? And let's move to why a convenience store bento has no spirit in it. What exactly is the spirit in a bento in the first place? Objection. Maibara-san is trying to deceive the court by using abstract expressions. Objection overruled. This sounds interesting, so listen until he's done. Got them. Now I'll show you two the difference between us. Your Honor, I would like to call Miss Rika Furude to the stand as a witness. Even for Rika-chan, that must have seemed like a bolt from the blue. There's no doubt that she never dreamed the point of my spear would be aiming at her. But Rika-chan, you said it before. For this showdown, it doesn't matter. Rika Furude-san, your bento today was very well made. It looks delicious. Yes, Satako and Rika's Chan's bentos have been made of half of Tomita-kun's and Okamura-kun's. The prosecutor's faces turned pale, but they were too late. Rena, would you bring Okamura-kun's bento over here? Huh? Okay, sure. Your Honor, my bento has no relevance to this case. Overruled. Your Honor, I submit Okamura-kun's bento box as evidence. Look at it. Look at what's inside. There's only half in there. It's not about whether there's half. Please look a little more closely. See? They are exactly the same. Your Honor, you've seen it all. Miss Rika Furude's bento is stolen from Okamura's. There is no way such a thing could have spirit in it. No, but that's just a coincidence. It's already obvious. Spirit. It's a game of catch between the giver and the receiver. The bento box, then, is the ball. That bento was something Okamura-kun was given from mother to son. That means Okamura-kun is the only one who can feel the spirit from this bento box. Now that it's been disturbed and stolen, it no longer has that spirit. That did it. What? Is that true? Rika-chan, is that true? I see how it is. Mion, the judge, folded her arms and began to hum. I couldn't even take a guess as to what Mion was laughing about. Frankly, I didn't know whether I would win or lose. Okay, before announcing my judgment, I'll start from the top. The entire classroom quieted. First, from an objective standpoint, there is no doubt that the bento of the accused, Keiichi Maibara, must be seen as poorly made. This is something that the grading results clearly display. But as Kei-chan said, cooking is not all about taste. The spirit put into it should be considered subtle seasoning. For grading, though, that would only amount to a few points. It's so subtle that's not enough to alter the results. Now then, I would like to mention the original reason for today's Bento Showdown. What was the reason for it? That's right. We started it to see whether the accused, Keiichi Maebara, could cook for himself and to measure the results. Yeah, that's right. Keiichi-kun did make his own bento. That stung my conscience a bit, but for the showdown it didn't matter. So the whole basis behind the showdown was to cook a meal for yourself. In other words, whether or not the meal was homemade. Rika-chan neglecting to do that is a much bigger problem than how good her bento is. In other words, is she disqualified? Rika-chan let out a nipa, looking as though she had prepared herself for this outcome. Don't take it personally, Rika-chan. At our club, things like that don't matter. Kate, you did well, like I thought. You tried your hardest until the very end. Rika-chan demanded I lower my head, then she petted. With that over with, this case is closed. Today, last place goes to Rika Furude. That miraculous turnaround. And last place went to Rika-chan, the one everyone had least expected. The whole classroom went wild. I'm amazed you managed to avoid coming in last place with such a terrible bento. Satoko looked at me hatefully, but spoke in a vague kind of voice. There's no way I would come in last. There's nothing in this bento that would deserve last place. But it's got ready-made side dishes and canned goods. It has no style and... Satoko was speaking more and more poorly of herself as time went on, so I roughly grabbed her head and began stroking it. I told you, spirit is important. This bento isn't all about appearances. It's got all kinds of flavors in it. But spirit isn't the only thing. It tastes totally weird, and what about it is weird? I thought it was great. It was absolutely great. That's why I packed it. If dinner last night had been bad, I would have never brought it to school. I would have come here with some bread and a milk carton. But, oh, just shut up already. I caressed her head, swinging it from side to side. At some point, Rena had come up behind us. She was giggling to herself. That was the face of someone who had done everything from the very beginning. When did you realize I hadn't made it? When you showed us your burns, I guess? I mean, there's nothing in your bento that you needed oil for. Rena-san, don't you think you are misunderstanding something? I didn't do anything. Satoko-chan, you weren't the one who made this bento? Then did Keiichi-kun make it by himself after all? Okay, then I guess he did. Rena smiled roguishly and turned from Satoko to me. When you cut cucumbers, you hold the knife like this and go like this. As for the colors, you can express all sorts of things if you place vegetables in the right way. This lecture was clearly not meant for me. But you've gotten a lot better since the last time you showed us. I see you've been studying. If you keep this up, I bet you'll be able to make better and better dishes in no time. She continued saying words clearly meant for Satoko while facing me instead. Satoko was wearing an ambiguous look and couldn't even nod at her head at her. Anyway, no matter what anyone says, I like the way my bento is today. I'm not going to share it with anyone else either. I'll eat the whole thing by myself. How greedy. Rena wants to try some too. As we were going back and forth, Satako rubbed her eyes as though she was drowsy, then announced to Mion and everyone else. Excuse me, the truth is, I got Tomita-san to give me some of his bento. Stupid. Hojo, what are you saying? If she had kept it secret, then at least she would have been saved. Tomita-kun looked at her with an expression filled with regret and surprise. Is that true? Really? Oh my. Mion spun her finger around, then pointed to the hallway, sensing Satako to the punishment game as well. Satako left the classroom behind her, completely prepared as though she was going with Rika-chan on an errand. I can't let Rika go alone. I'll accompany her to the very depths of hell. You needn't go that far. My word, Keiichi-san really is terrible too. Humiliating Rika like that. He is a truly rotten person. I didn't mean... I couldn't just return Satako's kindness with malice. Hey. Satako really is silly. Rika-chan spoke so that only I could hear, grinning happily. Now then, let us be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members. Satako seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest like she always was when she was lost. Damn. Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion. I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same. So I am going with them. For the punishment game. Huh? Even you, Kei-chan? What's going on? Hoo hoo hoo. Good luck. With the punishment game, I mean. I'll get the first aid kit ready. Call an ambulance in advance, will you? And maybe a hearse, just in case. Leaving a bewildered Mion and a happily smiling Rena behind in the classroom, I went to the hallway. What are you doing? You finally won for once. I had no idea you had such an odd taste for these punishment games that you would go so far as to volunteer yourself for one. Guess so. It's a little much for a hobby, huh? I swear, I think you're underestimating this one. We are one thing, but grave harm might actually befall you, Keiichi. I hope you're ready to have one or two ribs broken. That sounds like it would hurt. I don't like getting hurt. Keiichi-san, you just stand there and nod along, okay? Rika and I will smooth it over. I swear. I can't believe I have to look after you even during the punishment game. Seriously? I already knew that her pouty behavior was a sign that she was actually in a really good mood, so it made me want to smile. Hey, I do want to eat some vegetable stir-fry. Satako, can you make that? What? Well, there's nothing I can't do if I put my mind to it. She can make it very well. I really like Satako's stir fry. She was uneasy at first, but once she got assurance from Rika, she turned back and looked at me with once more confident eyes. It's settled then. Let's go shopping for stuff after school today. I don't really have any idea what to buy after all. That isn't true, is it? I think it's still too early for you to go shopping at the supermarket, Keiichi-kun. It would make me anxious if I wasn't watching. And Satako makes me anxious that she'll buy the wrong thing if I'm not watching. Rika. The conversation continued as we walked until we arrived at the door to the teacher's lounge. Okay. Let's get this punishment game over with and discuss the menu for tonight. Rika-chan gleefully grabbed onto my arm. In turn, I pulled Satako to me, grabbing her shoulder with my other hand. We will be all together in death. I won't let anyone die alone. We are all together. I won't let anybody die alone. What an indiscreet thing to say. I want no part of something so disturbing. She may have sounded annoyed, but she was so happy it was going to make me blush. Alright. Just beyond this door is the world after death. However, we shall return. All this will. Yes, everyone will. Then let us sally forth. We opened the doorway to the world of death, and like she did every day, just as the sun rose in the eastern sky, Chie-sensei was eating curry for lunch. It was store-bought, but she made a point of eating a different brand every day. Oh my, Maebara-kun, Furude-san, and Hojo-san, is something the matter? She appeared to be in the middle of a moment of supreme bliss, her mouth full of her beloved curry, and we were to pick a fight with her. What a crime this punishment game would be! However, it was what we had to do, for that was the rule of our club. The three of us held each other's shoulders tightly once more. Alright, let's do this. Ready? What do you mean, ready? Keiichi-san, you're going to stay quiet. Rika and I will handle everything. Entrust your life to me for now. Go for it. What are you all doing? We could see 2 or 3 question marks popping up above the teacher's head. Alright, Satako. This is the only time I'll trust you with my life, because I'll be shutting my eyes tightly and only thinking about what we'll be having for dinner. I'm leaving it to you. Satako inhaled deeply, and so... Hey, you over there. Your curry fucking sucks, bitch. In the end, my selfish request was readily granted. As Satako muttered complaints under her breath, quite merrily she came with me to the store. Rika-chan didn't come with us. She said she had a thing she wanted to do, or something. I believed her when she told me, but when I really thought about it, I started to think maybe she was being considerate towards Satako in her own way. Without Rika-chan here, Satako was prouder and more loquacious than ever. Do you understand? Supermarkets will put things on sale when it gets near closing time. For example, you can't have a stir fry without some pork, and if we wait a little longer, it will be marked half off. They can't sell meat or fish once it's not fresh anymore. So they make it all cheaper in a last-ditch effort not to have anything left over. Of course, every veteran housewife is familiar with this concept, and when we get close to happy hour like we are now, I wasn't really listening to her, but she was telling me all this quite proudly. Every time I seemed surprised at something, or made an affirmative grunt in place of conversation, Satako would say, "You don't know anything, do you, Keiichi?" and smile very happily in spite of her complaints. She led me by the hand to all sorts of stalls, one after the other. She was in such a supreme mood that just being with her cheered me up. Merely being pulled into Satako's pace was a lot of fun. Why don't we just go with this economy size pack? There's a really good looking one with cheese in it over here. Keiichi-san, you have no financial sense. Look at this. It's over our budget. We don't have enough money. Satako pushed a handful of receipts in my face. Why can't Satako do these kinds of mental calculations when she's at school? Drat. Should we buy a load of the normal ones, or buy fewer of the better stuff with the cheese in it? This is quite troubling. Calm down. For boys your age, it's wiser to choose quantity over quality. Satako, you're being too strict. A man's heart desires both quality and quantity. Why can't you understand that? Satako, you're being too strict. A man's heart desires both quality and quantity. Why can't you understand that? No matter the size of a man's heart, his wallet won't be any bigger. I swear. Hey, stop clinging to the glass so stubbornly. After enjoying ourselves in such an exchange, we started to hear a bunch of energetic voices coming from over by the butcher we visited earlier. I could see a handful of housewives flooding the place. Oh no. If we don't hurry, all the half-off pork will be gone. Don't pull me. Don't pull on my neck. Satako seemed like she was really having fun. She looked like a kid who had grabbed her family's hands while running towards an amusement park attraction. In the end, the bag of pork we obtained was so normal that it almost hurt, but I knew that would taste absolutely delicious. Son of a... The cicadas had come out at some point, and the Higurashi were singing in chorus. The air was so clear and it felt so good. Our silhouettes were stretching out on the ground, made for a really wonderful picture. We had our bicycle baskets filled to the brim with shopping bags. They only contained ingredients and various other foodstuffs. Even so, every last thing packed in them sort of looked really happy and made me feel really happy in turn. Going shopping for dinner seems pretty sensible too. It makes you really enjoy your meals. I can't wait to eat. That's a part of cooking for yourself as well. Dinner starts while you are shopping for it. I'm so excited for this. Vegetable stir-fry isn't even in my mom's cookbook. I never get to eat it unless we go out to a Chinese place, so I'm really looking forward to it today. That is indeed a pity. Then today I will present to you an especially tasty dish. Normally right about now, was the time I would start messing with her. But I didn't. Yeah. I bet you'll end up making something really great. I'm really looking forward to it. She stammered for a second. Satako had prepared me for a start making fun of her right from then too. But when it didn't come, she was surprised. Or maybe she stammered for some other reason I didn't know. But I immediately knew she wasn't feeling anything bad. Yes, I'll deliver an extraordinary, delectable dish. You had better look forward to it. As Satako and I rode on our bikes, I had a thought. Was I this sort of person? Until now, I would have lashed back at Satako right away if she did something to me. Yeah, that was the kind of relationship we had. We would poke at each other a little, then kick up a storm on nitpicking each other. At some point, that had changed. We weren't playing our usual tit for tat. I didn't provoke her, so we didn't fight. That went for Satako too. Satako, who I thought I knew, hadn't been like this until now. Our relationship was changing little by little. That's what it felt like. But it wasn't something I had to worry about. It was like our relationship had become a little bit happier, a little bit more charming. I wonder why we changed like this. Was she lonely and projecting her older brother, Satoshi, who hadn't returned home, onto me? Rika-chan told me about that yesterday. That was probably exactly it. So, as my actions drew closer to Satoshi's, Satako was returning to how she had been when she was living happily with her brother. In other words, this Satako was the real Satako. Satako had been able to see her brother again and had finally gone back to normal. Now that I had been playing the role of her brother, I had discovered that she really could smile so sweetly. But I wasn't Satoshi Hojo. I was Keiichi Maebara, a totally different person. I could not become her brother. I could come close, but I could never really get there. That was vaguely somehow a little sad. I was wearing Satoshi's mantle, and that would have to come off one day, and that would doubtlessly put an end to this meager, nostalgic, peaceful time of Satoko's, a limited tranquility, a tranquility that would one day end. Putting it in those terms, it really was sad. I shook my head firmly and drove off these pointless thoughts. What's the matter, Keiichi-san? Sorry, it's nothing. If it's nothing, then please don't act all strange like that. It makes me worried that you might have eaten something rotten. Right. Sorry, Satako. Nagging like always, but she still seemed really happy. That mood of hers drew me in, putting a smile on my own face. Hey, Keiichi Maebara, why don't we quit it thinking about this having to end one day? If it will, then just think about it when that happens. There was one thing, however, that I could say for sure. As long as I smiled like this, Satako's own smile would never wane. So long as I stay this way, this tranquility would never end. Satoshi would come back one day too. That might happen a lot further away than I would like, but until that day, what's wrong with me being a replacement for him? Saying that I'm not her real brother, so I can't become Satoshi. That was just an excuse. If I just didn't run away, Satako would stay happy and live a fun life of annoyed nitpicking. I don't know what happened to Satoshi, or what made him abandon Satako and run away, but seeing Satako in such a great mood made me think I could persevere as long as I needed to. So this is what I thought. I wouldn't become Satoshi, I would become a replacement brother. This is it. This is the kind of stir fry I was waiting for. It's great. It's absolutely great. The salt and pepper in the broth. Man, I could eat an entire pot of this. Stop that, Keiichi-san. You're spilling food everywhere. The food isn't going to run away. You don't need to eat so fast. No, it will run away. The best and freshest flavors are running away from the moment the meal is completed. If you were to make 100 delicious things, then I would have a duty to taste every one of them. It's just good manners to do so. Your feelings are more than enough, so calm down and enjoy your food. You're right, I'm sorry. No insults here. I meekly scratched my head, then put down my chopsticks and laughed along with her like it was funny. I ended up doing most of the eating. Satako was barely taking a bite. She seemed satisfied just by watching me enjoy the food so much. Whenever I filled my mouth with more of her delicious meal, Satako looked glad. That let me enjoy the food even more. In this way, she kept smiling happily the whole time. Looking at her made me really happy as well. The time passed softly and gently. Before, I would have gone back and forth hurling insults with Satako. In other words, we would have gotten into a fight right away. I had never known I could feel such peace of mind by talking to her honestly like this. I was a little bit happy about having discovered this new side of Satako. For example, I was eating food that Satako had made. There was an inch of me that thought it was suspicious. Before, however, Satako would have definitely put some sort of trap into this. I think I ate too much. I'm going to take a dump. Hey, Keiichi-san, it's bad manners to say such words during a meal. Then what should I say? I'm going to the bathroom, the toilet, the lavatory. Satako looked down, her face bright red, and pointed down the hallway as if to say, just go already. Oops, my bad old habits seem to have come back. But yeah, this wasn't all that bad either. No weird schemes. Everything is just natural. And while having such utterly unguarded thoughts, I went into the bathroom. My foot cut on something string-like. A kettle? Wash tubs? Satako. She got me. I can't believe her. She always does this when I let my guard down. I can't relax for a minute around her. Still, it was kind of funny, and I didn't really feel like getting angry. Satako laughing uproariously came over. See, I knew you would fall for it sooner or later. Why, you little... I let my guard down for 1 second, and this is what I get. I picked up all the wash tubs that had hit me in the head and went to go hit Satako with them. But then I doubled over with the laughter that was been welling up within me, so I couldn't manage it. I wish things could go on forever like this. It's not like I was having the most fun since coming to Hinamizawa or anything, but it was probably the first time that I had spent my day so simply and comfortably. It really wasn't worth much. It was only a few hours after all. As an only child, it was my first taste of having a sibling. Just washing dishes with her felt really nice. Side by side we washed, with the experienced Satako doing most of the work as I threw in appropriate words to add to the conversation. The scene was so commonplace, and yet so mild and warm. Maybe I had felt this kind of warmth before too, in the past. I think I've stood next to the sink with my mother like this when I was little. It made me feel nostalgic when I remembered it. It was the same sort of slow, easy time. It was tranquil. Such a quiet tranquility that the fact I wasn't uneasy about anything itself made me almost uneasy. Hey, wait, Keiichi Maebara, you feel uneasy about something just from spending time so leisurely? There's nothing at all to feel uneasy about. I mean, why would I be punished for enjoying a gentle life? I would do anything to keep these days going, and I would never do anything bad, no matter what. I would work hard for it and endure much for it. So, God. It's not much of a dream to want this kind of thing to keep on going, but can't you grant it? Oh, is that not the telephone? Who could it be at this hour? Hmm. Oh, you're right. I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it. I hurried to stand up, then ran to the phone. Who could it be at a time like this? I did feel a little like the phone had interrupted my happy moment. But I still wanted to brag about how happy the time I was spending made me, no matter who it was on the other end. Hello? This is Maybara speaking. Hello, Keiichi. It's your mother. Oh, hello, Mom. What is it? It's pretty late. Now it was a little cold of me when she was only calling because she was worried about her son. I couldn't help but give myself a dry smile. It sounds like you're doing just fine for yourself. I was worried that you couldn't make dinner and went to bed hungry. Nah, it worked out. Did you make dinner properly? What did you have tonight? It was a vegetable stir-fry, rice, and miso soup. Bought stuff for it at the supermarket, plus a whole bunch of side dishes just for fun. Oh yeah, listen to this. I got the pork during the sale and got it half off. The things a housewife knows, right? And also, all that was thanks to Satako, and not something I should be proud about. But still, I couldn't help but want to boast about the dinner tonight. It seemed like Mom got the hint that I was in a really good mood. I see. I'm so relieved that you're doing just fine. Oh yes, another thing. Your dad and I finished up with our job. We think we'll be back tomorrow afternoon or evening. Ah, I see. We did well for 2 nights. We've been pulling all-nighters too. It was a lot of work, but we managed to fill the gap in your dad's mentor's event. Cool. That's good. Well done. Why did my parents coming home seem so disappointing? I knew a little bit of the reason, of course. This tranquility I never wanted to end was about to end so readily, and it was a little painful. After being asked what kind of souvenir I wanted from Tokyo, and replying that anything edible would be great, I put down the receiver and Satako appeared, having finished cleaning up her trap. At first Satako was in a very good mood, but when she saw me put down the receiver with an uncertain expression, her own clouded over a bit. It seemed like she had gotten the gist of what my phone conversation had been about. Was that your parents, Keiichi-san? Yeah. Mom says they'll be back soon. Oh, that's good then. I won't have to go to the trouble of making you dinner tomorrow. Now you can enjoy your meals with just your family. That's not it. When I think about the dual, plain dinner table coming back tomorrow, it's a little lonely. You sure do live in luxury. A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all. Her brother Satoshi, running away from home, came to mind immediately, but there was no gloom in the way she said it. It was only for 2 days, but they were very enjoyable dinners. Well then, next time I'll go to your house to visit. Huh? Satako momentarily made a happy smile, but then a second later it changed to an expression of surprise. My my house is small. It's dirty, and the kitchen isn't as good as this one. Well, I don't mind, but, well, if you don't want to, then I won't. Satako shook her head firmly, her whole body expressing denial. I gotta get you to teach me a whole bunch more stuff, too. I finally managed to figure out how to use the rice cooker and how to cook miso soup after all. That's right, isn't it? Perhaps we should use this opportunity to have you learn more about cooking. It was so like Satako to take this chance to proclaim that was all for my sake. But there was no way to conceal her own enthusiasm. It was true that this gentle time would come to an end when my parents got back. There was no need to limit that, though. I can easily put in the effort to continue our mild moments like this. Like yesterday, Satako told me she didn't need to be escorted home, but Rika-chan was not with her tonight. She would be going home by herself. Everyone knew everyone else's face here in Hinamizawa, so it wasn't like it was dangerous to go out at night, but it still wasn't good to send a girl on her way all alone. At the very least, that's what I thought as Satako's older brother. I'll take you as far as the school at least. There's more lights over in that direction anyway. It's really fine, alright? If someone bad shows up, I'll take them down with one finger. There was no point in pressing her any more on the subject, so I took a handful of Satako's hair and rubbed her head vigorously. Come on, Satako. Don't complain so much. Your Nini will bring you part of the way there. That's what I was about to say when I suddenly got embarrassed and my voice trailed off. Nini could only be the nickname Satako gave to her older brother and nothing else. I was about to use it pretty lightly, so I started to feel apologetic and a little ashamed. Nini, what did Satako just say? Well, Keiichi-san just seems like an older brother. That's what I said. It's not quite right, but you seem kind of alike, so I just... Satako laughed awkwardly and turned red in the face. Of course I was embarrassed when I saw her too, because the fact that I was trying to act like her brother had gotten across. A warm feeling spread out from my chest. It was completely different from the romantic feelings or any of those more important and patient emotions. It was much more graceful, quiet, and warm, and calm. Satako still needed her Nini. I had initially thought Rika-chan was being sly by not coming today, but when I thought about it like this, I could feel a kind of thoughtfulness of her worrying about a good friend's feelings. Maybe Rika-chan had understood that she couldn't play the part of a brother herself. So then, no, let's stop there. Keiichi Maebara. There's no point in thinking about it so hard. It means everyone feels the same way. It means everyone wants Satako to be happy. Satako is acting as though her Nini running away from home didn't bother her at all, even though that wasn't actually the case. She was very sad and always waiting for him to come home, because Satako was a stable person when she was his sister. In order for her to really be this level-headed, having a brother was something she couldn't do without. In other words, Satako still needed a brother. Nobody had the right to smile it away as a childish immaturity. In fact, they deserved praise for being so close to each other as siblings. That role of brother should be played by her real Nini, by Satoshi, but unfortunately he was not here. So since I am here, I will play the part, and not with a guilty conscience, but in a very natural way. Because, was there something wrong with seeing Satako smile so happily? What is it, Keiichi-san? You've been smirking for quite a while now. Is it weird for me to look happy? It isn't weird or anything, but, well, the sound of the motor on her bike light was too loud and I couldn't hear what Satako said. Huh? What? What did you say? Nothing. You really are just like Nini, you know? Keiichi-san. Is that right? Of course, you're completely different from my real Nini. But, like, there's things that you do the same. It's really a mystery. The same. Do you feel lonely when you remember Nini? Once I said that, I thought for a moment that was absolutely the wrong thing to say, but Satako did not seem to mind it one bit. It's not that I'm lonely, since Keiichi-san is being my Nini for me right now. Well, as I was flustered for a moment at her hinting the mark, Satako suddenly asked me a question in a calm voice. It was a very quiet, composed, and adult question. Was it Rika? It was quiet, but her voice sounded lonely somehow. Didn't Rika ask you to act like my Nini for me? Is that what you think? Please don't take offense. Rika is strangely considerate of me, but it really doesn't bother me that much. I could say for sure that at least was a lie. Yesterday and today, Satako had been so happy spending time like this with me as siblings. And that was proof itself that she was lying about it not getting to her. So I gave Satako a light poke in the head. You are thinking too much, dummy. I'm me, Keiichi Maibara. I'm not your Nini, not Satoshi Hojo. I know that. Despite her saying that, her expression seemed a little lonesome. At this point, Satako herself had realized that her question had been the wrong thing to say. We didn't need to keep thinking about something that Satako regretted. So in order to cut the conversation short, I grabbed Satako's head and pet her. Let's not talk about silly things like that. It's getting late, so get back home, brush your teeth, and go to bed. And rinse your mouth before sleeping too. It'll keep you from getting a cold. You're one to talk, Nini. Be sure to brush your teeth, okay? Rinse your mouth and wash your hands. Then get your books ready tomorrow. And I wondered what kind of siblings Satako and Satoshi were. I've never seen them together, but I could say without a doubt that they were really close. As for the way in which they were close, it was probably quite like this. It was so cool that the day's heat seemed like a lie, and yet the moonlight was somehow faintly warm. The quiet chorus of the insects was pleasing to the ears. Satako's Trap Course Intermediate. Trials and Tribulations. A clear conscience wins the day. I could see Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun walking over to the gym storehouse. They needed to get the bag of lime used to make the lines on the court for our next gym class. They were on duty today after all. But in that storehouse, a terrible trap was awaiting them. Being on this side of the trap for once is really thrilling. If you realize that it's a true pleasure in setting up traps, then you have the potential yourself, Keiichi-san. The two of them fumbled around the gym storehouse's lock. Oh? What's this? Okamura-kun pointed at part of the door and started whispering to Tomita-kun. Then, realizing something, they both jumped away from the door. Oh, Satako, I think they found out. Did we mess up? I had calculated that they would notice a trap at the entrance. And of course I've calculated what action they will take now. According to Satako, after they noticed a suspicious trap on the door, they would go around and try again through the black window. And just as she had prophesied, they went around to the back. And just as she had prophesied, they climbed up, opened the window, and tried to sneak in. Wow, amazing. Everything is exactly like you said. It got them. An explosion of pure white lime burst out of the window. After a few moments, the two of them managed to crawl away from the window, both of them completely white. This is the moment I live for. It tastes like honey, but still, that was some trap. You would have had to know everything to set up something up like that. Where did they put their hands, their legs? Where did they jump down? Listen carefully, Keiichi. The first step to making a trap is to watch and observe the victim. You must scrupulously predict their movement patterns, how they'll move at any given moment. If you do that, then you can achieve the greatest possible results with only the most minimal trap. Come to think of it, before Satako read the final move at that final moment earlier, Mion had given her high praise, saying she had the markings of a genius. So it's all about reading the opponent. So then the traps you've caught me in before, they worked because you figured out everything I would do. Yes, I can see right through all your actions, and that's how I set them up. So if one day you suddenly started having different habits and behavior, I wouldn't be able to anymore. Bragging that she could anticipate everything I would do. That was kind of mean. Okay then, let's play a game now. I want to test whether your predictions are accurate. Yes, that is fine with me. Keiichi-san, you are particularly easy to get a read on. I could do it before breakfast. When we went back to the classroom, Satako tore off pieces of paper and wrote something on the back of them, making 3 cards. Of course, I didn't know what she had written. Please pick one of these cards, Keiichi-san. If you do not pick the one that says you're a loser, you will win. Great, you're on. The club has built up my sensitivity to this stuff, so I'll smash right through your predictions. Satako smirks and holds out the 3 cards. Set your mind to full power by calming it, Keiichi Maebara. Cool and collected is how you will win. If I don't pick the losing one, I'll win. Which means if I do pick it, Satako will win. In other words, Satako wants to make me pick the losing one. What would she do to make sure I pick the losing one? Could she even predict something like that? Statistically speaking, isn't there some rule that says I'm more likely to pick the one in the middle, or the ones on either side? And then it hits me like a flash. This is what Mion would do. Now, which one will you pick? I've made my decision, and it is this one. Huh? Ah, well, what are you doing? I stole all 3 cards from Satako's hands. I predicted what Satako would do in advance. Satako wanted to make sure I picked the losing one, which meant all 3 of these were losing ones. And that's how I knew. Allow me a look at all 3. I flip all 3 cards face up, and on each one there's a single word. You're a loser. What is this? You're a loser. Huh? It means just what it says. If you had only chosen one, you wouldn't have lost. What? Then you predicted that I would draw all 3. I held my head in my hands and thinking that Satako reveled at the might of her abilities. Her shrill laughter echoed throughout the classroom. And then there was proof as slime powder came down upon Satako's head. I looked to see Tomi Tessa-kun and Okamura-kun, all in white, dumping a whole bag of lime powder on her, getting their revenge. Hojo, you are the one who could have set up a trick like that. Well, excuse me, but you happen to have any proof? And I would like it if you didn't call it something so inelegant, a trick. I would prefer you call it something more refined. A trap, please. Payback. Keiichi-san, help me. Our underclassmen crashed around the classroom in furious combat, getting white lime everywhere. Hey, Satako, why couldn't you see this coming exactly? At the time I hadn't seen something coming too, though. The teacher coming to me afterward and giving us all a stern talking to. Oh, really? Your parents came home, They smelled like energy drinks, and their eyes were all bloodshot. They said they had a crazy amount of stuff to do, and were up 2 whole nights in a row. Adults have it tough. Your dad is an artist, right? They really do have it rough. Come to think of it, he was, wasn't he? I would very much like to see what kinds of things he draws sometimes. An artist, I had seen a number of watercolor and acrylic paintings on display, but he had to have been doing some other job too. Just what did Dad do exactly? He didn't let anyone into his workshop after all. I wanted to sneak a peek one day. So the house was empty for 2 days after all that. That didn't leave much time. So, Kei-chan, did you manage to go after the character who was in your heart? The absence of parents is a must-have for Roge protagonists. He built up a lot of relationship points and raised all the right flags. I have no idea what any of you are talking about. That means you don't need to cook for yourself anymore, Keiichi. What did you make last night? Last night? In the end, I didn't make a single thing myself. Last night's dinner, well, it was vegetable stir-fry. Wow, Kei-chan, you can make a little bit of real cooking now, huh? You made vegetable stir-fry. Did it come out good? Did it? Rena-san, you're being unpleasant. Why are you clinging to me? A delicious meal and a friendly dishwashing together. How nice, how nice. Hey, I said you're being unpleasant. What are you talking about? Mion, utterly confused, asked me for clarification, and I just barely, albeit transparently, averted my eyes. Right, right. Does anyone have plans for this afternoon? You don't, do you? Do you? The day was Saturday. The beautiful day on which we are liberated from the confines of school in the afternoon. Actually, the school in Hinamizawa had slightly different Saturdays than those in the city. There were a lot of students here who brought a bento, ate it at lunch, and then went to play in the school or around the schoolyard. You could say that the entire school turned into a children's playground. There were mountains behind the school, and if you went down that way, you would find mountain streams. You could avoid the strong sunlight and make conversation in the classroom if you wanted to. You could also play hide and seek in the construction pipes. Of course, you were free to go home as well. There were some kids who went home and helped water the fields or tended to stores. If Mion was bringing up the afternoon like this, then it must have been for some crazy big event. However, sadly I had something I needed to do before taking part in whatever it was. You have work? That's unlucky. I wonder what kind of work it is. Maybe helping his father with his artwork job. Or being a model for his father's art. A model. A nude one? Rena? I looked into Rena's eyes and saw myself completely naked in a questionable pose with a single rose in my mouth. No, I would not do that for 1,000,000 yen. To get rid of Rena's delusions, I grabbed her head and swung it from side to side. How? Stop! Sorry. Leaving your fanciful delusions aside. I have something to do real quick during lunch. I'm okay to meet up with you after I'm done, though. Work during lunch? I see. That sounds kind of cool, actually. What could it be? Are you having a banquet with VIP experts? Like a business lunch? This is truly sad, but you are right. What? Everyone shouts wildly, surprised. It was true. Today I would be on the job with my family. For my dad's job, he was having about 10 people from the publishing agency over for a house party. He called people from work for a party the day after having stayed up 2 nights in a row. I'm amazed at their vitality. Adults have it pretty rough. Of course, it would be incredibly uncomfortable for me. It would be really tiring to have to force myself to smile at some old dudes I didn't know. But they were my dad's important business connections, so offending them would be bad. Well, with all that said, it was going to get very uncomfortable for me today, starting at lunch. Well, what an intelligent child. This is my son, Keiichi. Keiichi, this is... And this person here is the manager. Say your hellos. Hello. My name is Keiichi. I appreciate all you've done for my father. Keiichi-kun, do you draw pictures like your father does? I'd very much like to see them. My dad had such a brazen occupation, that of an artist. Although I don't really know what kinds of things he creates. I don't really care and don't want to see anyway. Dad's so tight-fisted about it, so he doesn't show any of them to me very often anyway. I'm not a kid anyway, so I wouldn't care at all if they were pictures of naked ladies or anything. If you study under your father as an apprentice, you'll be able to become a great artist like him too. Excuse me, this is just between you and me, but my dad, is he really that great of an artist? I raised myself and whispered my question. It might have seemed odd for his son to be asking this, but when I did, he gave me this really strange grin and tightly clamped down onto my shoulders. Yes, he is a truly, truly fantastic artist. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. There are no purchase restrictions. He does fan service, and he always answers letters he gets. He has an inquisitive mind, always on the prowl for what the world needs. Taking off your socks? Absolutely not. And that goes for glasses and school uniforms too. Maybar-sensei understands these things perfectly. Every event sees him along the wall with a huge lineup. I'm sorry, but his pictures, they're not ones you hang on the wall. Not at all. In the beginning, everyone starts in the islands, and then to their corners, and finally climbing up to the corners of the larger pass. The final destination is the famous wall. You too, please become a great artist who can display his works in unison with Maybar-sensei. I'll cheer you on. It's fine to have a lot of passion for the things you like, but I didn't get it. But it seemed that the world of art ran pretty deep. It was probably a much deeper world than I could have imagined. I decided to leave it at that. Then I realized my mom was calling me from the other side of the room. Keiichi, it's the phone. It's a friend of yours. A lucky break. Maybe I could get out of this uncomfortable business party by using a friend's phone call as an excuse. I scampered over to the front door and snatched up the receiver my mom had left there. Hello, it's me. Hello, me. That's not how you answer the phone, Keiichi-san. I implore you, learn how to choose your words more properly. I was of the opinion that the person speaking to me had a far stranger way of talking. Oh, it's Tatako. It's unusual for me to call my house. This isn't the time for pleasantries. Keiichi-san, when are you going to be able to come? Sorry. It looks like this is going to be a bit long. I can't get them to let me go. I wanted to go do things with the club now, but... That's not it, Keiichi-san. It wasn't about the club today. It's a real battle. Satako's voice was different from normal. I could feel the urgency in it drifting through the phone. A real battle? That doesn't sound good. What's the situation? I'll explain the particulars when we meet. Anyway, this is a terrible crisis. At this rate, we are going to lose. What on earth was going on? Could it have been a fight? I didn't know who they were, but laying a hand on someone from Hinamizawa was an absolutely terrible idea. Right. Got it. I'll come and reinforce you right away. Where are you at? We're on the Okinomiya Elementary School campus. There are signs at the station, so you should be able to figure it out. Anyway, we are in a huge hurry. The school campus. The situation could have a lot of people involved. Could have turned out into an all-out brawl. Who was the enemy here anyway? I'm on fire. Got it. I'll be there soon. Should I bring a weapon with me? Like a metal baseball bat or something? You have a metal bat? That would be fantastic. We will wait here for you. The call cut off abruptly. I needed to hurry. Oh, Keiichi, I was looking for you. Here from was looking for a photocopy. Now is not the time. Don't we have a bat? A metal bat? If not, then anything long will do. If anything long will do, then my golf clubs are in the storage room. It didn't have the same kind of impact, but a golf club was a splendid weapon too. It was lighter than a baseball bat. It may be easier for me to use. Thanks. I'm borrowing one. I really need to go see my friend for something. It's urgent. Sorry. What? Keiichi-kun? Wait a minute. I grabbed a golf club, jumped on my bike, and headed straight for town. Wait for me, Satako. I'll be right there. Just hold out until then. I didn't actually know where Okinomiya Elementary was exactly, but Satako's phone call seemed to demand urgency, so I rushed out without asking her about how to get there. But if I went to the station, there would be signs. At least I feel like that's what she said. Then I heard the jingling of a bicycle bell from behind me. Hello there. Hey, Rika-chan. Keiichi, you came quickly. You put the pedal to the metal. Damn, this isn't the time to be out of breath. I need to hurry. Sorry, where is Okonomiya Elementary? I'll show you the way. Come along with me. Rika-chan rode off on her bike. I followed her. Satako suddenly called me out here, but what on earth is going on anyway? At first we had the advantage. However, they called in a helper. It's bad manners. A helper? What cowards, calling for reinforcements the minute they realized they would lose. They're taking everyone out one by one. We can't put a dent in them. Sounds like they were pretty strong. Anyway, I'll ask about it later. We don't have time, right? Please hurry. Leave it to me. With Rika-chan leading the way, we head straight for the elementary school grounds. I asked Rika-chan during that time it seemed that all the other club members besides me were part of this fight. So what Mion was trying to tell everyone was that this would happen. If I had known that, I would have just ditched my family job. But it was too late for regrets. According to Rika-chan, we had a one-sided advantage at the start, but our angry foes had brought in a powerful ally. The club members put up a resistance and went against them one by one, but apparently they could not stand up to them. The combined efforts of the whole club could not win. Just what kind of monster is this guy? He's amazing. This enemy is orthodox. Orthodox. So they weren't using thuggish sprawling tactics, but had actually studied karate or something. Is that what she meant? Keiichi is our last ray of hope now. Okonomiya Elementary came into view. I could hear many voices raising hell over there. Neon. Rena. Satako. I'll be there soon. I'll crush them all at once. There were a lot of bicycles left out in front of the school. I left mine there next to them in the same way. I could tell there were a lot of people flooding the campus. Were the two armies in the midst of a huge, no-holds-barred brawl? I took my golf club in hand. Whoosh, I swung it. I felt the sensation of it sticking firmly to my palm. Great. The feedback wasn't bad. I'm going to go all out with this thing. I dashed at breakneck speed to the school gate, swinging it around. Come with me, Rika-chan. I will show you what the mighty, manly warrior Keiichi Maebara can really do. Wow, Keiichi, you are so reliable. You're going to rampage with the golf club. Rika-chan applied me, though a little dryly, lauding my valiance. The manly Keiichi Maebara put it behind him and headed for the place where he may die. But Keiichi, why did you bring a golf club today? I had no choice. At first I figured a baseball bat would have been good, but we don't have one at my house. A golf club was far better than going barehanded, so I brought one. How very excellent. I'll give you a pat on the head. I can't wait to see your golf club rampage. Despite the emergency situation, Rika-chan reached up and stroked me on the head. Hey, this is no time for jokes. Huh? Just then, an extremely loud metallic sound rang out, and I heard many people cheering. Left. We missed. Run. You can get to second base. Go. Center. Calm down. Send it to third. The center fielder caught the ball and after a brief pause, sent it flying to third base. If he had pitched it wildly, it might get there. He gave up on second and threw it to third with time to spare. The instructions from the bench, they were solid. Wait, what? Oh, Keiichi-kun's here. Satako-chan, Keiichi-kun's here. You are late. Loafing around is only okay when you do it at the bread shop. This Maebara-kun kid, will he really save us? We are up against the ace of Oshima, left arm Kamita-kun. He can be a Koshin class pitcher. He must be a god. It's okay. I'm sure that Keiichi can turn the tables. He's a really dependable person. What? He's the pinch hitter we brought in to take out left arm Kamita with his bullet fastball. The one who had no hit, no run game after another during the regional qualifiers. The undefeated demon pitcher of Oshima. The super high school level pitcher that had already been marked by professional scouts. He's going to win against him. Some greenhorn pitcher like that is no match for Keiichi-san. He'll send his throws all the way to the back screen for an easy victory. There was a slugger like that in this prefecture? I had no idea. He must have gone under the radar. Hey. From Hanshin stood up. Take a picture. His full name is Keiichi Maebara. Look him up in the database and send his history to our office. Which one is Keiichi Maebara? Pictures. A whole lot of sports journalists led by Satako, gripped their cameras tightly and searched for the rumored Keiichi Maebara. As for me, I was so dazed at what was happening that I was frozen in place with my golf club up in the air. Keiichi-san, over here. The camera people stared at me through their viewfinders, and just like I had, they turned to stone. In the hands of their gallant pinch hitter, Keiichi Maebara was a golf club. No one could seem to understand why I was holding something like this. At this point, neither did I. A cold, greasy sweat dripped from me. The first one to break the inordinately awkward silence was Rena. Keiichi-kun? Yeah? May we ask you a question? Please? Please don't. Psychic waves of my intrigue flowed out of my face along with my sweat. It somehow seemed to reach the two of them. The deathly quiet reporters all parted, as Moses once parted the sea. But Moses probably didn't go through the parted seas just quietly. If you were playing baseball, then tell me that from the start. What? Did I not say that? I mean, I told you to come to the campus with a baseball bat. What else could you have thought it was? And what manner of thinking caused you to mistakenly bring a golf club here instead? I think Keiichi must have done it on purpose to lighten our moods and get us pumped. I think. Rena smiled bitterly and covered for me with all her might. Please believe her, everyone. I'm begging you. Keiichi loves golf. Rika-chan started patting my head, a broad grin on her face all the while. I pushed her hand away, grabbed her from behind by her suspenders, and picked her up like a kitten. Rika-chan, why didn't you tell me it was a baseball game when we met at the station? I wouldn't have had to suffer such a disgrace. Rika-chan's smile was like the sun, so incredibly innocent. She's glowing. When I saw Rika-chan's radiant smile, I couldn't help but feel like I could forgive anything she did. However, if Rika-chan thought I actually would, then she had another thing coming. Anyway, this is your punishment, Rena. Rika-chan still plugged up in my hand, I offered her to Rena. That's right. The kitten-ified Rika-chan sent Rena's voltage into overcharge. I'll take her. Rena will take her. So cute. Spin, spin. Rena stuck out her tongue like a chameleon and preyed upon Rika-chan while spinning her around. Rika-chan is so cute. Rika-chan is so cute. Rena held her tight as a vice and began to get her fill of rubbing her cheek into Rika-chan's. Their cheeks rubbed together tightly. Rika-chan's face, it looked like it was being crushed by Rena's. I do not know what has happened, but it looks like Rika has gotten her just desserts. Yeah, I recently found out that Rika-chan isn't only cute. I got Keiichi-kun's permission. I'm going to take you home. For the moment, I just gave her a 3-minute timeout. By the way, Satako, that urgent call was for a baseball game? Yes, that's correct. You said you had a house party with your family? I suppose I was wrong to ask, but at times of trouble like these, you obviously must prioritize friends over family. I felt like that's what I was supposed to be saying, not you. Well, it was just a business party for my dad, I guess. I honestly felt glad to be called out here. So what's the crisis situation look like? 6-7, which means our team is losing. 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. What the heck? This game is almost about to end. We would have had a little more time if you had gotten here sooner. Do you have any idea how difficult it was for us to hold out this long? Alright, I'm sorry. Okay, so what am I doing? Am I going to be the pinch hitter? Just leave it to me. I may not look like it, but I went to the batting cages a lot before I moved here. My dad went there for fun, and I used to go with him pretty often. I'm pretty confident about just hitting the bat with the ball, but a tremendous sound rang out, the likes of which I had never heard before. The catcher's mitt trembled, sending up a light cloud of dust, telling me the tremendous sound had come from the ball. Now wait a second. What's up with that crazy fastball anyway? Surprised? Yeah, that's a bona fide Koshien level pitcher. Don't you know about left arm Kamita-kun, the ace of Oshima? Sorry, can't say that I do. Wait, Mion? What happened to you? Mion showed up, and to my surprise, she was wrapped up in bandages. Just what on earth happened? Well, you came late, so I guess we need to explain from the beginning. Done with Rika? Yes, I had a lot of fun, and she's so cute. She's so soft and fluffy and squishy. I could eat just her cheeks 3 meals a day. I can't get married anymore. I wonder how Rika-chan's cheeks taste if you could eat them 3 times a day. It almost flipped my own delusion switch, but I could put a stop to it using logic. I was an adult. Okay, explain away. How did things get screwed up enough that a Koshien relief pitcher ended up in a baseball game for fun? Everyone exchanged glances. Then Brenda spoke for all of them. At first, well, it was just a normal baseball game. It's nothing much, just a little grudge match between the Hinamizawa fighters and the Okinomiya Titans. We were just having a grand old time, really nothing much. Well, in simpler terms, it was an intramural match. A match to settle the grudge between Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. We say grudge, but it's all pretty peaceful and friendly. So why is our whole club a part of it? Some of you are wearing uniforms and some aren't. Last I checked, we weren't the school baseball team. That is, well, it was pretty irresponsible. They happened to have some players who couldn't make it today. They were pretty down in the dumps, so we ended up getting involved post-haste. I see. So if there weren't enough members, anyone could come to the rescue, whether boy or girl, and no matter what grade they were in. That jumbled together feeling was the hallmark of our school, but Rika-chan told me we were crushing them at the beginning. Mi is an amazing batter. She was hitting home runs left and right. Mion proudly stuck out her chest. Doing so seemed to hurt her somehow, and she groaned pathetically. Yes, every time Mion-san went up to bat, she hit a home run and brought everyone on the bases in. Unlike Satako, she can actually hit the ball. Rika. Alright, I think I got the gist of it. So you were having a pretty easy time until that Koshien pitcher showed up. That's right. It was all us at the beginning. Maybe we didn't get all that many points, but we were always getting people on the bases. And Kamita-kun from Oshima just happened to show up to watch the game today. Oshima was apparently a fairly well-known school in our prefecture that frequently sent people to Koshien. And this man, known as the ace of their baseball team. Kamita seemed to be quite skilled. Now that I thought about it, it was certainly strange to see a cameraman with journalist armbands here to watch a casual baseball game out in the sticks like this. I heard that when Kamita was little, he was on the Okinomiya Titans. You figured it out, right? His old team was losing, so that's why he jumped in as relief pitcher and took the mound. Now it's just terrible. We can't even hit any foul balls, much less get anyone on base. But still, a coach and pitcher barging in. It's unfair. We're just playing for fun. All the boys wearing the Hinamizawa Fighters uniform were hanging their heads in disappointment. I knew almost all their faces. Isn't everyone here a classmate? I see. We are the only school in Hinamizawa after all. Oh, it's Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun. You were on the baseball team too? Maibara-san. His uniform was brand new and not very dirty, fresh off the presses. I could see handmade banners with our names written on them in the grandstands. I see. Their families came to root for them in their debut game today. Okamura said he just got his bat today as a present from his dad. A brand new bat sparkled. With that kind of present, a man just has to perform well. He practiced swinging a whole lot just for today. Tomita-san, well, he went too far, and he tore the skin off his hand, see, unfortunately. His torn hand looked like it hurt, but from that injury you could sense his backbone. I get it, guys. You wanted to make your big moment a good one. The savior of the Okinomiya Titans. We could hear the sound of this Kamita-kun's tremendous fastball practice. This was no joke. He was definitely on a level far above high school kids. But at his level, he clearly shouldn't have been interrupting a grass slot game, grudge match though it may have been. He should have understood how much better he was too. This guy, was he being serious against opponents like these? Yep. Rena thinks it's immature. Rena's eyes grew harsh. It took a lot to get Rena mad. As for Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun, they were sniffling, fighting back tears. We heard another tremendous noise from the mitt. I turned around, and this left-armed Kamita-kun guy was looking at us and grinning boldly. Anyway, that is how it is. Now that it's come to this, we have no choice. We have to engage in real battle. Yeah, looks like we have to get serious. And then we tried getting serious. But then Mi-chan went out with a bang. Mion, embarrassed, scratched her head, then a moment later doubled over in pain. Went out with a bang. But how on earth did she end up getting injured like this? It would take a really long time to explain. The one thing I can say is that she came up empty even though she pushed herself that hard. I risked my life and I couldn't even get a point. Our secret plan did nothing and now we are very sad. I couldn't even imagine what sort of secret plan it was, but it must have been crazy enough to get her hurt that badly. Still though, we are still playing baseball thanks to you failing, right? Yep. Maybe Mi-chan's last resort wasn't very baseball-like, I think. We have no other recourse now, do we? It means that we need to settle the score front and center in a manner befitting a baseball game. That's right. We have to settle it like baseball. I think normal people would have given up and gone for a frontal attack. But as a member of our club, I wasn't about to accept that so easily. Like baseball. I don't know. If we look at it like a baseball game, then we can't be picky, can we? Is our club's creed after all? That's correct. We can't be picky. That's the virtue of our club. Rina and Satoko laughed to each other delightedly. It wasn't really a virtue we could brag about, but the best thing about our club was that we never rolled over and gave up. But the cameras are all watching very closely, so it'll be hard to cheat. Rika-chan spread her arms wide, indicating the array of reporters in the bleachers. She was right. With all those cameramen watching us through those cameras with giant telephoto lenses, foul play would be fairly tough. That's right. That's the bottleneck. Everyone's eyes are on us. We cannot be too bold. I never did think Mi-chan's ways were very ladylike, though. Satako and Rika-chan both nodded behind Rina. Then let's get down to business. Our team's down 1 run right now. Plus, it's the bottom of the ninth, and we already have 2 outs. If this old man's plan had gone better, we would have our bases loaded right about now. There is no point lamenting a failed plan. Our club never loses heart and always goes on to the next one. Satako said eagerly, trying to cheer up the downcast Mion, whose secret plan had failed. It may have failed, but Satako still seemed to have another. Satako, you seem pretty cheerful, which means you've got something up your sleeve. Keiichi-kun, who do you think she is? It's Satako-chan, you know? Satako Hojo-chan. That was right. We called her Trap Master Satako, didn't we? She would ensnare her opponent at the perfect moment, the very end. Everyone in our club knew that we could never, ever let our guards down against Satako. I may have taught her, but she's grown a lot and doesn't seem to want to stop. Sometimes even I'm astonished at how she overcomes such slim margins. By the way, Mi bats next, then Satako. We are losing by 1 point, so if we could get the next runner on a base, then the runner after that could hit a big one and end the match. And that final batter was Satako. See? You feel like we can win now, right? I can't imagine what she's got set up, but it's got to be some kind of trap for sure. If I were the opposing pitcher, I would definitely walk her. There was no way Satako was going to hit a home run, even in my dreams. But if she was going to stand in the batter's box normally, without any kind of plan, I can't think of anything else she could do. And the fact that you called me here, I see. I think I know where this is going. It meant that I was a necessary piece of Satako's trap. I'm excited. I wonder what Satako will do. I cannot wait to see Satako's walk-off home run either. Kei-chan is indispensable for this. Understand? This is our last chance in creating an upset. We absolutely cannot fail. That much I know for sure. Just watch. Satako and I will give you all front row seats to the greatest turnaround victory of all time. Then I'll explain your instructions, Keiichi-san. Lend me your ear for a moment. Satako and I huddled up in a hidden place and held a briefing that anyone watching could tell was suspicious. I wonder what Maybara and Hojo are talking about. I pray it's not some crazy trick like the one the president used. Our teammates Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun seemed very nervous. Rina gave them a wide smile, trying to dispel their anxiety. It'll be okay, everyone. Satako-chan and Keiichi-kun will be able to pull this off for us. But Ryugu-san, we are up against a Koshin pitcher. I don't know if Satako's traps will be much good. Now everyone be silent and watch. You're going to get to see an interesting game. Mion, who knew everything about to transpire, looked like she was having a hard time stifling the laughter bubbling up within her. She was so terrifying as an enemy, but so reliable as an ally. Mion waved her hands at the umpire. We've got a pinch hitter. I, Mion Sonozaki, am switching out with Keiichi Maebara. Are you sure he will be alright? The umpire turned an uneasy gaze on the pinch hitter who had jumped in with a golf club. Don't underestimate Keiichi-kun now. The members of our club were the only ones grinning with wholehearted confidence. Satako's plan was definitely simple, but scrupulous. It even looked like the entire situation had gone according to her calculations. The fact that we were losing by 1 point, the fact that I had come late, the fact that Satako was the last batter, it even felt kind of like this had been set up before the game started. There had been a lot of time since I got here, and during that time the opposing pitcher, Kamita-kun, took a bathroom break. Even that felt calculated. No, this is Satako we are talking about, so maybe she made him drink controlled laxatives to get him to use the bathroom at this exact moment. And while he was a long way off, shut up in the bathroom, our plan would begin. The opposing pitcher, Kamita-kun, there he was, in front of the urinal, pleasantly taking care of business. He thought it was only natural he would win at a grass lot game like this, and relaxed enough to relieve himself without care in the world. Maybe that was supposed to be his appeal. However, his relaxed state was itself our chance. Right now, we've already conceded to our club. I too casually walked into the bathroom. There were 3 urinals. Kamita-kun was doing his business at the furthest one. I went to the one next to him. Normally you would leave one urinal open. Kamita-kun seemed to notice me. I had stood right next to him after all. What? Look who it is, the big pinch hitter. He recalled seeing me swing the golf club around like an idiot, and he couldn't seem to resist the urge to laugh. I, however, wasn't frustrated in the slightest. The match had already been won the moment I arrived. The game had been decided as a big upset for our team. So now all I had to do was push things along exactly how Satako planned. I'm the one who should be laughing. I wonder if Keiji can do it. He will be fine. When Keiji is serious, he can do this much before breakfast. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun, our underclassmen, asked another question with much trepidation. Is Maebara-san really going to be able to beat that pitcher? You don't feel any confidence in Kei-chan after being in the same class with him? Someday he could be strong enough to control all of humanity. Join Kei-chan, and you could easily rule the world. The world. Our teammates exchanged glances. Did Meibara-senpai really have such incredible strength? Just what kind of strength could that be? My question caused Kamita-kun to stare in bewilderment, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Sorry. I don't think I heard you right. Could you say that again? I smiled thinly, looked straight ahead, and said it once more, clearly. I'll say it one more time. Let us win. Right to the point. No threats or being around the bush or anything. Kamita's brain couldn't figure out the meaning of what I had said. I could clearly tell he was confused. What are you, some kind of moron? Let you win? Are you insane? I've relayed our demands. What's your reply? Yes or no? It goes without saying. Like hell I would let you win. Is your brain broken? Kamita didn't hide his bewilderment. He didn't want to be around someone who would babble on like this for another second. Those thoughts spilled into his expression, and he quickly moved to leave the bathroom. Kamita-kun, what does victory mean for you? That's a dumb question. Priceless absolute supremacy. Nothing else can change it. He grinned lightly as he answered, as if to make fun of me. How like a sportsman to say that. Victory decides all. No one can change that. Of course not. No matter what kind of threats or bribes you come to me with, there's nothing valuable enough to make me abandon victory. I was waiting for those words. After spinning around 3.5 times, pointed right at Kamita's face. Then don't you think you should ask? Something worth abandoning your precious victory for? What kind of compensation you could be given? What are you saying, stupid? There's nothing that could make me do that. He was denying it, but he stopped. He stopped. He was waiting. He was waiting for me to present some attractive conditions. In a magazine interview, you said that your favorite foods are grilled meat and that you don't like sweets. But you lied about that, didn't you? What? For example, let's say you went to a grilled meat buffet. What exactly would be on your plate? Pork loin, Korean barbecue, a pile of beef tongue. That wouldn't be it. You wouldn't bring meat with you. It would be all the pudding and gelatin and cake you could eat. The kinds a girl would love. Pretty, cute, and sweet. You love Western treats like that, don't you? Kamita's face turned utterly pale. Our club already knew that he ate a mountain of desserts when he went to the grilled meat buffet, and we were well aware of his embarrassment at his weakness for sweets despite his age. Kamita-kun couldn't possibly have known that the particular grilled meat buffet chain in Shishibone was owned by a member of the Sonozaki family. I'll have to be careful when I go out to eat with my parents from now on. No, I love the hearty bone-in. No, what you like is gentle, soft, cute piles of dessert topped with colorful creams. It almost makes you think of a girl, adorned in frills and ribbons, pure, ignorant of shame. Cute desserts like those girls, so clear and clean. And with your acne-laden face, your sports cut, and your lust in full display, you soy them. Shut up. That's right. You eat desserts, but you don't love them. You just dirty them, violate them, and chew them. All you do is relish in the enjoyment of soiling them. Please, no more. My secret, my secret pleasure has been found out. I cannot go on living. I have to, I have to die. You idiot, don't end your life so easily. I hit him on the side of his head as hard as I could. Kamita-kun fell down like a girl. His eyes started watering and he broke down. I'm probably the only one in the world who thinks those things while eating desserts. I'm nothing but a pervert pretending to be a proper sportsman. That's right, you are a pervert. This time I didn't hit him. Instead, I clapped my hands down onto his shoulders. Do not cry, Kamita. What's wrong with a man being a pervert? Huh? A man ought to be a pervert, but admitting it sets a man apart from those below him. You've been honest to yourself. You can brag about that. You can be arrogant about it. You can be proud of yourself. Instead of blaming him, I told him to have pride in himself, and Kamita-kun couldn't hide his confusion. I have been deeply moved by what you have shown me. Desserts are nothing but sweet foods eaten after meals. That's why I thought this whole time. But I was mistaken, and you showed me that. Thanks to you, I can. Starting tomorrow, I will be able to enjoy my desserts in a completely different way. For example, strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake. Kamita's throat cried out. The simplicity of strawberry shortcake. Indeed, it's somehow old-fashioned, like the orthodox maids from the gaudy times of the late 1800s. Not those flirty maids with short skirts we have now. An orthodox, fully dressed, authentic maid. It's just strawberries. But please, master, I could not prepare any more than this, so please give them a taste. That kind of honesty is unbelievably great. Please give them a taste. It's such a turn-on. A turn-on. Because there are only strawberries, the soft accented cream decoration ends up looking like frills, laces, and embroidery. And she takes it and splits it with her fork for her master, an elegant aristocrat. It would be wilder if she took it and sucked on it vulgarly, like her bad master and his greasy sweat. No, more than that. The dent in the strawberry after plucking it, isn't that even better? And you let your tongue crawl over it. What kind of taste must that be? The dent after you pick the strawberry. I can't hold it in anymore. I'll go to Angel Mort on the way home and make a shortcake into my plaything. All I want. The girls dressed up beautifully just for me. I draw ever closer to the trembling maidens, and then, one by one, I show them. For every one I eat, I hold my jaw tight just like this, and appraise the goods, wondering which to eat next. Keiichi-kun seems to be talking about cake, combination platters. As if I am showing off, I hold my jaw tight like this, and has there ever been a man such as this who could speak so passionately about a single piece of strawberry shortcake? No, there has not. There has never been, I say. Such passionate feelings are trying to melt away the stubbornness in Kamita's mind. Kamita, I'll say it one more time. Let us win. But That would. Then fine. I won't rely on you. I rejected Kamita outright and turned on my heel. We've lost this game. It's over. I don't care about it anymore. Instead, once this game is over, why don't I head down to Angel Mort and get all you can eat of gothic lollies, decorated like western draws and frills and ribbons. Tonight will be the greatest feast I have ever known. All you can eat. Despite this being the bathroom, Kamita-kun put both of his hands on the floor. I was wrong. What's wrong, Kamita-kun? If you have something to say, then say it. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Until now, I've always thought something was wrong with me, and I had to have fun secretly. What are you waiting for, you tiny man? I already said. Admitting your perversion is what separates the boys from the men. You are a man entitled to pride. Now, reach out your hand and show me how great you really are. Come with me and accept that it is our world. Kamita-kun was crying tears of gratitude, unable to speak. That was the moment we exchanged the most zealous handshake the world has ever known. The handshake of the bond of our souls, ardent and intense, tight and steadfast. For a long time we remained that way. It was an enthusiastic handshake, as though we were two brothers separated at birth, embracing each other tightly as though it would give us back the time we had spent apart. That was the moment the man who would pass into the legend for eating so much during Angel Mort's all-you-can-eat dessert day that he was banned from the restaurant forevermore was born. He would eventually write in his autobiography that our meeting this day was fate, but none of that had anything to do with this. Then, until later, for now just play the game the way I described it. With just that, I turned on my heel and made to leave the bathroom. But then Kamita-kun stopped me. Wait, at least tell me your name. Who, me? My name is Keiichi Maebara. No. I kind of didn't feel like using my real name. Anyway, maybe I should lie to him and use a code name. Just call me K. K. Wait, was that actually an embarrassing name? I left the bathroom behind me at a quick pace, hiding my embarrassment, but from what I heard later, I apparently looked quite gallant coming out like that. Satoko to Keiichi-kun. How did things go? Keiichi to Satoko. Negotiations successful. We settled on he and I getting all-you-can-eat dessert at Angel Mort. Mion. No problem, right? 2 guests for Angel Mort's all-you-can-eat dessert? Roger that. I'll set it up. I am actually quite interested in how you negotiated with him. They had a really fun talk about how delicious dessert is, probably. Probably. After that, the game started again. I entered the batter's box as a pinch hitter in place of Mion, but all the pieces were already in place. The straight pitch went by me like a bullet, true to its name. The camera people raised their voices in wonder and clicked their shutters. A sharp pitch as always. He's really going places, Summer, isn't he? That golf club pinch hitter is standing straight up, too. But doesn't Kamita-kun look a little strange? It's like he's got a cold sweat. I patted my shoulders with my bat and sneered at him in a relaxed voice. What's wrong, Kamita-kun? Not feeling well today? I couldn't swing at the ball because I was too busy laughing at it. Was that all you got? You little... The next pitch with the same incredible speed as before, it curved sharply and should have thrown off the batter's skill. But Keiichi didn't move at all. He just watched coolly. You don't need any little tricks on a straight pitch, Kamita-san. Do people fall for these curves a lot? Batters around here, that is. Both reporters and all the people watching noticed something was strange here. Was Oshima's Kamita, the pitcher who conquered Koshien, losing the mental battle? Next straight pitch had incredible speed again, but went a little wild. It was a ball. I snorted, not even bothering to get ready for it. What, Kamita-kun? Scared of going right down the middle? Everyone calls you the best. You would never walk the batter. Shit. The abnormal, unexpected situation spread confusion throughout the reporters. What? What is he? Who is this Keiichi Maebara? How can he be so relaxed when faced with that supreme fastball? He's just bluffing. He knows he can't win. Kamita would never throw a ball that an insincere guy like that could hit. I don't think it's a bluff. I say that at a high level you can see right through others. Kamita is, without a doubt, one of the best. Which must mean he can see through to that mysterious man's true value. A really business person looking guy took off his sunglasses and gazed upon Keiichi. Is this... Could it be? The idiot pinch hitter who came in cheering them on with the golf club was actually a genius. I'm sure baseball has long since lost its charm for him, and now he's trying to switch over to golf. A genius slugger making a transfer into the golf world. What a tremendous loss for baseball. Stop the presses. We're changing up our sports column. Ball. Now it's a full count. This excessive production was, of course, all being dramatized by Satako. The big shots constantly had their eyes on Kamita-kun. If he were to lose easily, they knew the match would have to have been fixed. Perhaps she wanted this little play of ours to create a mood where it wouldn't be strange for Kamita-kun to lose, but... Satako. Isn't this going too far? Do your best now, Keiichi-kun. Today, this game, tomorrow, all of baseball. I don't want any scouts actually coming for me. I'm terrified of what would happen when the jig is up. Wait, I can't be making nervous faces right now. Ball. Base on balls. Have you gotten scared, Kamita-kun? I thought you were better than this. Kamita-kun hung his head in feigned dejection. I did all this according to plan, right? Yeah. Well done, Kamita-kun. Keep going like this for the next batter. Let's wrap this thing up and then we'll go get all we can eat. Kamita-kun and I exchanged evil smiles. For some reason, there were a lot of camera flashes right then. It seemed like our dear journalist friends took it as the two worthy rivals smiling to acknowledge each other's strength. As I tried over to first base, the camera flashes continued almost to the point where they were annoying. When I got to first base, one of the reporters came over for an interview. Maebara-kun, Do you plan on setting the score with Kamita-kun and Koshin? Things seemed like they were about to get a bit too big for me. Maybe I should just be honest and confess that I'm not really into baseball. Koshin. I've never been interested in Japanese baseball. Sorry. Whoa. This man, right from the start, he was always aiming for the world. He might become Japan's first ever big leaguer. The conversation was getting fantastically out of hand. I don't care anymore. I'll strike a guts pose for the cameras in desperation. Yes, Kei-chan got on base just as planned. Next, Tatako-chan is at bat. What will she do? What will she do? All right then. Time to get that walk-off home run and win it all. Satako stepped up to the plate, waving the bat around. The reporters couldn't hold back their laughter, maybe because they had just seen his battle with me. Maibara-kun finally got on base, but now it's all over. I see. So this is why Kamita-kun intentionally walked him. He didn't even fight it. He waited for an easier opponent for the final out. But to avoid a direct confrontation like that, we cannot make light of him. That Keiichi Maibara. Alright, come on now, Kamita-san. You making fun of me? Who do you think I am, anyway? Case, no. Maibara-san was one thing, but you think I'll lose to the likes of you? Whenever this girl stepped up to bat, she had swung wildly and missed, striking out every time. This might sound rude, but however much Kamita-kun holds back, I don't think she'll be able to hit a home run. I could hear the reporters declaring that there was no way a comeback could happen. Wait, what? Satako. She swung wildly and missed every single time she stepped up to bat. She swung after the assailant had ended, completely mistiming it. I could hear disappointed voices coming from those rooting for Hina Misawa. It's only natural. Every single batter had struck out. Even if worse came to worse, no one would get a hit. And that's why it didn't sound strange when Kamita-kun said this. I can't take it seriously with someone like you. I'll give you a chance. I'll throw the next one slow and underhanded. I'll let you get a hit or two so you can go home and brag to mommy. Of course, these lines were all part of the plot too. From out of the corner of his eye, Kamita-kun gives me a look. Was that alright? Yeah, you did great and looked very natural. Kamita, you are a splendid actor. Compared to Kei-san, I'm nothing. Even that exchange was seen as heated enthusiastic by the reporters. But Kei-san, however slowly I pitch, can this girl really hit it? Don't worry and throw the ball like we planned. I think I've got a good idea of how this will turn out. Our exchange over, Kamita-kun moved from set position into a pitching stance. Come then, throw your merciful pitch. I'll hit a huge home run off of it. She had struck out every time she was at bat. When I heard that, my vague ideas became firm beliefs. And out of Kamita-kun's hand comes a slow, lazy pitch, as though they were playing a catch. Normal people would probably be able to hit it, but for Satako, who had been striking out the whole time, just when people started to think that way, the members of our club had already realized that Satako's trap had begun. It was true. Striking out constantly today, it had all been laying the groundwork for this moment. An act, all to make it feel like Kamita-kun letting off the gas wasn't strange at all, which meant, in other words, That's a taco. She got it. Look at it go. I don't even need to run, do I? The super huge home run hit Satako, disappeared over the roof of the school. The reporters lost their words at the sight, and then roars of applause. Despite this being what we had anticipated, I cannot help but stare in mute amazement at the gorgeous home run. Satako strutted over to first base. Come on, what are you doing, Keiichi-san? Second base is that way. Satako, you're really good at baseball. Satako grinned, showing her fang-like canines, and replied, come to think of it, she played baseball a lot with Tomita-kun and others during lunch, didn't she? The fact that they always invited her to play meant she was by no means bad at it. And you purposely struck out all those times, since before Tomita-kun even got here. You've really got something for every occasion. I say this all the time, do I not? I only have one trap, and when everything is about to come to a conclusion, it's enough that I don't even have to worry. Damn it, that sounded kinda cool. Basically, she was just bragging about hitting the ball. But when Satako did it, it looked so cool. We crossed home plate in order, me, then Satako, and completed our walk-off home run. Our teammates welcomed us back with their blessings. Maebara-san, that was amazing, totally cool. I never thought it would happen. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun praised me. How about that, Tomita-kun? Okamura-kun? I turned things around just fine. Rena thinks you're cool too. Good work. It was nothing. I briskly clapped my hand against Rena's outstretched palm. Satako did brilliantly too. She gave us a spectacular ending. Who do you think I am? Man, can't underestimate her. Satako Hojo. Kei-chan was great too. Winning Kamita over like that. He is a magician of duplicity. Rika-chan, I don't think that's a compliment. But really, only Keiichi-san could have pulled off such a drastic move. I wouldn't have been able to do it myself. I would very much like you to teach me sometime. If Satako learned such displays of power, that is terrifying to even imagine. I would prefer it if you didn't mimic me. After declaring the match over, the umpire came to us. Well, I never. You actually won. I'm shocked. We said Satako could hit it, didn't we? You didn't believe us at all. The umpire scratched his head apologetically and apologized to Satako, smiling dryly. And Keiichi-kun was amazing too, wasn't he? Keiichi-kun is actually the most reliable person here. Well, when I saw him come in with that golf club, I certainly had my doubts, but that breathtaking battle against Kamita-kun had me on edge of my seat. Right, that breathtaking farce. I quirked a wry smile. Not even the Buddha would have realized that while everyone thought this was a fair match, Kamita-kun and I were thinking about our evil, dessert-violating ways. Excuse me, Coach. You remember your promise, do you not? Yeah, I guess I have no choice. We did it. We did it. Keiichi-kun, this means we are having a barbecue meetup tomorrow. Rena clapped her hands and we all began to dance with joy. Tomita-kun and the other teammates were jumping up and down too. What's this about? A barbecue meetup? Wait, what on earth are you talking about?